What's up? What is up, you guys? Although none of you, I don't think any of you are here. I don't think you know that I'm live yet. Or you think I bamboozled you because I'm late. Got him. All right. Alrighty. Oh, can I refresh this source? Hi, chat. What's up? What's up? Um, oh, I had scroll bars. I did not realize there was a thing. Okay. Hold on. My chat's not showing on the stream. What's Elm? It's a way of avoiding JavaScript. Mostly. All right? That's all you need to know. No. It does, I think it compiles to JavaScript. It's like a functional language for writing web applications. Hello. I need to figure out how to get this thing working. Okay? There's always got to be one thing that doesn't work on my stream. Come on now. It's the price I pay as a Linux user that insists on streaming from Linux. Okay? No, we're not touching JavaScript. Icarus, this is the whole point, is that we're not touching JavaScript. No. So you guys, I'm so organized. I have a whole game plan for today. All right? So, the plan. The plan is we're going to watch some videos at 2x speed because I don't have the attention span for that. Okay? We're going to watch some videos and I'm going to kind of react and talk about the videos, okay? We're going to do that. And these will eventually turn into YouTube videos and you'll get the condensed version of my takes on the topics. Because I'd love to learn and then react to that and discuss what has been talked about. Right? Yeah. So I've got a few videos lined up, and then we're potentially going to look over some of the Elm architecture docs and see if we can maybe write some Elm. Okay. I got to admit, I was a little disorganized. I kind of overlooked the fact that I would probably need to set up Elm in my NeoVim setup. So we'll see how we do there. I mean, it won't be the first time I have to code without an LSP, you know? So we'll see. The plan is to fix Linux issues. Yep. Okay. You're not wrong. But it was uncalled for. Okay. All right. I gotta figure out my thing here. How do I stream? I'm the worst. There's some things that I don't care to know. You know what I mean? And honestly, OBS is kind of one of those things. It's fun, but at the same time, I'm like, it just worked. That's cool. It'd be cool if you just worked. That'd be fine. But, as a Linux user, that can't work for me. Okay, I think I might have to do a new browser source. Chat to you. Are you real? Are you gonna work? Please work. Please show chat. They're being neglected right now. Not being shown. It's actually so rude. Just stream from the phone that? Even more, who cares? I know, right? I need chat in here, though. That's kind of the point. Kind of rude. They don't want to include you. Chat. I guess I could just, I might have to do scuff. Okay, let's just pop out chat. Let's do, how do I do a floating pane in i3? How do you do it? I gotta Google it. Or a floating window, I mean. i3. Wait a minute. Mod shift space. Oh, I almost did it on the wrong window. Okay, wait. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. All right. We got to rework this. Linux issues, okay? What else? Welcome back. Welcome back, you guys. Okay, what window is this going to capture? It always chat. Okay, so I've got Streamlabs open. I have Google open, and I have OBS and the video and Twitch chat. Okay? It always opens the wrong one, and I feel like I'm going to bet that it's going to open the Streamlabs window and not the Twitch chat. Okay. Chat. Oh, I was right. It's like, what's the worst possible window that it could open? And it always chooses that one without fail. Without fail. Sick. Okay, cool. I was prepared though that time. I didn't leak anything. So that's actually huge. I know. Let him in. Let chat join. We want them here. All right, cool. You guys might even, we'll see if you guys might even see my the mod feed. We might see people that misbehave. Uh-oh. They're in. We did it. It's a little scuff, but that's okay. We'll make it work. Okay, wait, I gotta fix this one too. Ooh, why isn't functional programming the norm? You guys, we're getting into it today. It's gonna be really fun. And so this is my new schedule, by the way, because I totally have not shared that yet. So I'm gonna be streaming on Fridays, this time, every Friday, for the foreseeable future. A little scuff, just a little scuff. It's character, okay? It's character. What's a stream without a little character? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, me and a schedule. I know. Hear me out. I'm trying my best. Where have I been? I was actually in Asia. Do you guys know? I went traveling. That's part of why I was like, yeah, I'm going to kick ass. I'm going to kick ass, crush it in 2024. And then I just I just dropped off the face of the earth for like 3 weeks. Got him. I got him. Yeah. So we're going to do every Friday, same time, 12 to 4. That's the schedule. 4 hours of us like learning about something new. Gonna turn that stuff into YouTube videos because I want to do more YouTube this year. That's the focus. But I want to take you guys along. Okay. Give you your star moment on YouTube. So that's the plan. And then if I have time to do any extra streams during the week, like I will. But I'm not into the co-working right now. I'm not into the co-working streams. So I don't think we're really gonna be doing co-working streams. I think I'd rather just not. I'm trying to minimize my screen time as well because my eyes have been bothering me. I have to get glasses. You guys, I'm getting glasses. But they're like, thankfully my eyes are actually okay, according to the eye doctor. My eyes are okay, but they just get really tired from staring at screens. So like it's just like muscular fatigue. So I'll be getting very very small prescription on the glasses to like help relax my eyes more. Yeah. So I'm going to be using Vim and I'm going to have glasses. Like no one's going to question me. No one's going to question me ever. It'll be so good. Yeah. The internet's just going to be like, oh, she obviously just knows whatever the fuck she's talking about, clearly. Look at her. She got glasses. You don't question people with glasses. They know. They know things. That's why they spent so much time reading that their eyes don't even work. Like they know things. Yeah. She probably can't even see her keyboard right now. Must be touch typing. They'll never question me again. That's the plan. Yeah. I don't think that having the bright lights in front of my eyes is helpful either for like my eye fatigue. But whatever. Whatevs. Yeah. I'm excited. You guys remember how I did that privacy? I did that privacy stream, I think back in December. I did a bunch of edits on it. Like I spent hours editing it. And then I lost all of the edits because the hard drive crashed. The SSD that I bought, I don't know why I said hard drive because it's SSD, but this shit, these get pushed so hard on Amazon and they are shit. Don't buy them. Don't buy them. Okay? Don't do it. Because it's so like they're known to just like they'll just fail. They'll just stop working. And it's a known issue. And there's so many like 1-star reviews, but it's like cheaper than a Samsung SSD, but like just get the Samsung SSD. It's not worth it. It's so trash. So I lost it was a 4-hour long VOD or something like that. I had edited into like 5 different videos. They were like, it was so close to done. And then I just lost all the footage. And then I was able to re-download the footage, but then it wouldn't link properly. So I had to like start from scratch. I just get a decent NAS, you guys. I know, but maybe I'm too cheap. I can't justify the cost right now. Like I just can't. I look at it and I'm like, the SSD's kind of working. Like the Samsung one is pretty reliable. Like, I do have a old laptop that I can use as a home server, and that one has. But then it's like that. So that one has, I think, it's got an insane amount of storage on it. I added a fresh new SSD to it, but like, Bash, it's a write-off. That doesn't mean it's free. So you realize that, right, sir? Doesn't mean it's free. It just means that like it might help my taxes a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. Well, laptop doesn't equal. I understand that. There's redundancy with the NAS, right? They've got like redundant drives in there so that if one of them fails, the other one still has all the data. Like it's okay. I'm seeing a lot of acronyms that I don't know what they are. ZFS and BTRFS. I don't know what that is, but you know what I will do? I'm actually going to write it down. I promise. I'm doing it right now. Okay. I'm going to write it down so that I can actually look into it. Oh, I can feel my throat's about to do that. Like, do you know what I mean? Oh, you hear it? Do you know what I mean? You like get a little, and it goes like, anyway, I don't know why I find that so, it's not a burp. It's just like, it just gurgles. My like throat gurgles. Okay, this is TMI chat. You guys, nobody asked. ZFS or NAS for storage solution broken drive. That I should definitely do. Oh, dude. I am so scuffed. Dude, my mouse just stopped working. This mouse like goes in and out. It goes in and out. Chat didn't your shit SSD storage. Yeah, for real. You know what's bad when Twitch chat's the one telling you like you gotta fix your solution there, bud. Stashu, hey, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your content. Been watching a lot of term stuff and some of your own YouTube/Twitter, and it's helped sent me deeper into a few nerdy worlds. I appreciate it. Oh, awesome. I'm glad. That's the goal. That's the goal. I just want to like propel you guys into just being like chronically online. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm glad. That is kind of the point. Like there's so many things to be interested in. There's so many interesting things in the world that like it's so like just doom scrolling on social media is such a boring thing to do. But you can doom scroll my social media and then it propels you into being a 10x developer. So like that's so different. It's so different. Okay. I'm not like other creators. I'm not like I'm not though. Get off the internet. They're trying to steal your data. It's creepy. It's life and death for real. Just doing our own thing, talk about storage. Oh god. We're going back and forth. Okay. I think we can probably get into it. So let me give you a little spiel, a little spiely-roo about why I'm thinking about using Elm. So for my YouTube videos, you may or may not see this by how much I cut myself off while I'm talking, but sometimes I struggle to put my technical thoughts or just any thoughts into a coherent way of expressing myself that is understandable to other people. But I do find that if I write down my thoughts first, that really helps me understand my opinions on it so that I'm not formulating my opinions while I'm talking, which is a terrible habit. And I really am trying to be better. Okay. So I want to write more blog posts so I can write the blog post. And then the video is like, that's basically just the script for my YouTube videos and stuff like that. Right. So that's what I want to do. But I don't want to write any JavaScript. And I want to be able to continue to host my website, my personal site with GitHub pages so that I don't have to pay for it to be hosted anywhere. So I want a pretty simple solution. So I want to see if I can do a blog with Elm. How do we feel about that? Okay. Can I do it? I have no fucking clue. We're going to try anyway because that's fun. That's what I do here is I try things that I've never heard of or barely heard of. What is Elm? I don't know. All I know is it's some way of avoiding JavaScript. It can compile to JavaScript. It's a functional language, and that's all I need to know about it. Can I write functional language? No, I've failed every single time so far trying to learn a functional language. But bit by bit, we are getting there. And one day, I will learn Haskell. I will dominate the functional programming language space. They will not win. Yeah, so we're going to explore Elm. We're going to talk. So this guy, Richard Feldman, is someone who came up when I was looking at like design patterns in Elm for some charm stuff. Okay. Cause Bubble Tea, the UI, the 2E, like a framework is inspired by Elm. So yeah, there's an overlap there. Anyway, came across one of Richard Feldman's talks, was listening to it at 2x speed because that's how you listen to conference talks. And he had some great takes. And overall, I found that everything he was saying was pretty based and he was giving some really great tips on just like how to write better software in general. So I thought it'd be fun to just kind of like watch some talks on stream, react to them a bit, and then like at the end we can have a little back and forth on like our opinions, and that'd be kind of fun. But like we're back and forth during the thing, but like you'll see, it's fine. But I thought that'd be kind of fun. Richard Feldman from Redlink. Yeah, I Googled him after that, and Redlink was associated with his name. So yeah, it was good. Damn, she can come up with some wild papers if she learns Haskell. Dude, I've tried. Elm is easier than Haskell. That's the hope, my guy. I have tried 4 times to learn Haskell. Okay, in all fairness, it's also like lack of maybe commitment on my end. Like I keep doing it and then other things are a little more important. So like it gets dropped off and then I can't read Haskell code after not looking at it for a week or two. So, yeah. Yeah. That's the plan. COBOL studies are more important. Oh, no. All right. I would love to see chat twice. Hold on. So that I have a big chat that I can scroll back on. Let me just fix that. All right. And then I have to... Elm is an ancient email client. Oh no. And then you have your first blog post. I have so many blog posts that are they just live locally. They're not anywhere. Drunk master of Elm. That'll be me. Thank you. Yeah. Drunk on life, my guy. Drunk on water. Hydro homies unite, you know? That kind of energy. Rust is pretty fun to learn. Go just wins if you want to get something up and running in a way that everyone understands. Yeah, true. It's true. That's the thing. Like, Go is so maintainable because of the simplicity of the language. Like, it's just so good. I used to use Elm until I found Pine. Oh God. Oh no. It's don't give me more rabbit holes, my guy. We can't do it. We can't handle it. Okay. Is that legible? Oh wait. I have my own stream up. I can see. Yes. Okay, it is. Cool. Sick. All right. Let me unmute this. And then... All right. Why isn't functional programming the norm? Let's go. Oh, I think I'm cutting my head is in a weird spot. Okay. Sorry. Hold on. You're not going to be able to hear me. What scuff? I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Let's go.
Why isn't functional programming the norm? I'm Richard Feldman. So I'm going to start with a question.
Come on.
Why isn't functional programming the norm? Like, has anyone else wondered this? Like, everyone ever looked around and been like, hey, yeah, exactly. Like, I spent a lot of time doing object-oriented programming in my career, and then eventually came across functional programming and started doing it more and more. And I've been doing it for several years. And at some point, I was just like, yeah, why isn't this the norm? It seems so great. Like, why isn't everybody else doing this? So I set out to sort of answer this question and just sort of pretty directly say, like, why are things the way they are? Like, why are they this way instead of that way? And I found out the answer, and it turns out the answer is it's complicated. There is no one like, very simple, nice, neat, tidy answer. But in this sort of quest for understanding, I ended up learning a lot of things about that sort of explain why things got to be the way that they are, and I want to share them with you. So because it's complicated, we're going to break this down into 3 parts. So first we're going to talk about language, and then paradigm, and then finally style. So let's start with language. So what languages are the norm today? If it's not functional programming ones, what is it? So I found this study by this company called Slashdata, and they draw on various different sources to compile this information, and they ended up producing this global developer population report for 2019, which you can read on their website, and it basically lays out the top 10 languages like in terms of usage thusly. And this is probably no serious surprises here. JavaScript, Python, Java, and so on and so forth. These are probably languages we've all heard of. And it's also not a huge surprise that unfortunately the total number of functional programming languages in this list is 0 out of 10. But that's the way things are, not necessarily the way that I would like things to be. So looking at this list, I then sort of asked the question.
Functional programmers in shambles for real.
Like, how did they get so popular? Like, how did they become some of the 10 most popular languages in the world?
We are watching at 1.5 speed. Do you need me to? Is it too fast? I can stop. I can watch at normal speed. I just assume that everyone who watches my stream has ADHD and needs it at least 1.5 speed. Like, the words need to blend together. Can you mute it? 1.5 is good? Okay.
So I ended up concluding that this breaks down into 3 major categories and then 2 kind of exceptions. So one is they had a killer app. Right. Another is they had some form of platform exclusivity. Another is they had a really quick upgrade story. So let's start with the killer apps. So this is the Apple II, and it's running VisiCalc. So VisiCalc was one of the earliest examples of a killer app. And what I mean by that is that basically people wanted to use VisiCalc so badly that they would sometimes pay upwards of $10,000 for this $100 piece of software to get the hardware to run it on. Like, people wanted VisiCalc in their lives so badly they would just go out and buy an Apple II just so that they could run VisiCalc. And this is sort of like an example that sort of crops up in programming languages as well. Byte magazine back in 1980 said VisiCalc is the first program available that has been responsible for sales of entire systems. And that metaphor also extends to cases where if someone wants to get at a particular application of a programming language, and then they buy into the programming language itself along the way as a sort of a cost of getting at the application they want. So here's an example of this. What would you say is the killer app for the Ruby programming language? Rails, exactly, right. And I think this really drove this point home when I looked up the Google search trends for both Ruby and for Rails. And it turns out they have the same shape. Like in 2005 when Rails comes out, like Rails Google search trend goes from 0, has a big spike, and then Ruby has exactly the same spike. And then Rails popularity tapers off, and then Ruby's popularity tapers off. So I think from this I can kind of conclude pretty definitively that like Ruby's popularity in the top 10 is explained by Rails. And I don't think that if Rails had not happened, that Ruby would actually be one of the top 10 most popular languages. Killer app for PHP, I think, has changed over time. So I think at first, it was basically the things that kind of everybody was using it for, which is basically making HTML dynamic. Like if you've got a static HTML page and you wanted to make it a little bit dynamic, it was really hard to do that faster or more easily than PHP. You just like tweak some stuff, insert some code in the middle of your HTML, and then upload it, like FileZilla it up to a server, and then okay, there you go, you're done. But these days, it actually seems to have narrowed down to having like 2 particular killer apps for PHP. So this is a graph of PHP's popularity over time. A little bit more dire than Ruby's. It's been like in pretty steady decline since 2004. And in fact, if you look at the end, and these 2 particular applications of PHP, WordPress and Drupal, it looks like the total number of hits for PHP is like the sum of WordPress and Drupal, and like that's about it these days. Which kind of matches like anecdotally what I hear from people. I still hear people using Drupal a good amount. I still hear people using WordPress for building sites for people. But in terms of like using PHP for like their own site or for going out and then like starting a startup around it, that's like pretty much done. Like Facebook and Slack are kind of cautionary tales in that regard. Killer app for C was actually systems programming. So back in the day when this came out, this is way before my time, but I actually watched a talk by Brian Kernighan, one of the co-creators of C, and he explains that actually at the time, if you wanted to do like systems level programming, like you wanted to write a kernel or you wanted to write like LS or some system utility, your options were basically like assembly language or Pascal, which I'm not a Pascal programmer, but the way that he talked about it, it sounded like that was a ludicrous idea. So apparently not really done. And so when C came out, it really filled this need that a lot of people had. So like, awesome, I want to do systems programming, I'm going to reach for C. And that really kind of kicked off C's popularity. I think there's some potential for like some FP killer apps. Like anything can do it. If something comes out that's sufficiently popular, if it takes off, I believe that it would take that language with it. So examples that come to mind for Elm, there's Elm UI. Basic pitch there is you don't have to write CSS anymore. You can make front-end applications, and it's got this whole layout system that's really nice that you don't have to think about CSS. You just write your Elm code, and then you have a UI. Clojure, Datomic. Like it's a nice database. Like that's independent of programming languages. If you want a really nice database, and you say, hey, I think I would like to use Datomic, and Datomic takes off. If a bunch of people say that, I think it would bring Clojure with it. It would bring a lot more Clojure programmers into the world in the same way that Rails did for Ruby. And finally, ReasonML has this thing called Reverie, where the basic pitch is you can have a cross-platform app built with...
He struggled to find an actual app written in them. Oh no. It shambles.
Web technologies, but it doesn't actually run everyone's favorite Electron. So all these things have the potential to cause these languages to take off in the same way that they have for non-functional languages. It's just a matter of, will they? I don't know. We'll see.
I've heard good things about Clojure.
So the second way that a lot of these languages became popular is platform exclusivity. So I'm going to talk about a few examples: Objective-C, Swift, JavaScript, and C#. So I'll start with Objective-C and Swift. Does anyone think that Objective-C and Swift are just like great general-purpose programming languages used in all sorts of different domains, kind of the way that Python is?
Yeah, you totally get pigeonholed in some ways of like you want to write an app for like, yeah, an iOS app or something like that. Like you have to use Swift or Objective-C. So yeah, I see where he's going with this.
Okay.
I'm so smart. I already know what he's going to talk about. That's crazy. I'm joking, by the way, for people that are new here. Hi.
There's one. I appreciate your bravery. So I think probably the rest of the people were thinking is like, no, those are things that you use to build for Apple. But it turns out, even if that's kind of their deal, like Apple has this like platform exclusivity thing where like these are the blessed ways to develop for Apple, and everything else is maybe technically supported, but like really, really difficult in comparison. Turns out Apple makes a ton of devices. So even if like both of these languages, Objective-C and Swift, are pretty much just being used to build for Apple devices, that's such a huge amount of development that gets done that it's just like, yeah, that's enough to get you in the top 10. And which is kind of interesting if you think about it, because it almost means like pretty much no matter what the design of these languages was within reason, could have been functional, could have been imperative, could have been object-oriented, could have been just about anything, and they would be in the top 10 because Apple's such an enormous source of programming. So interesting to think about these things. JavaScript kind of in the same boat, not with a proprietary thing, but
Someone in chat, Hawks said, Rich Hickey, author of Clojure, has some very impressive presentations, by the way. I've heard that Rich Hickey has some awesome talks. Actually, my friend Began is a huge Rich Hickey fan. So, yeah, check him out. We'll probably check him out in another one as well.
but just with the web. I don't know if you know this, but studies have shown that the web is huge and has gotten really big.
I don't know if we're going to do more batch
when it came out, like the inception
we
of the
don't
web,
have
there were
anything
like two
we
and then very shortly
collabs,
3
though.
viable options, namely JavaScript, Java applets, remember those, and Flash, remember that? And pretty quickly people discovered that the problem with Java applets is that they're miserably slow and no one ever wants to use them. And Flash kind of had a heyday. It had a good run, and by good I mean was full of security problems and crashing, but eventually it kind of died off. No one really knows why. And then eventually it was pretty much just JavaScript. So JavaScript had platform exclusivity over the most popular application delivery platform in the history of anything. So somehow that made it to get all the way to #1. Really surprising. Exclusivity over the web as far as like UIs go.
And tragic.
So this is another example of platform exclusivity, not because of a closed proprietary thing, but because of an open standard where they just all converged on one language. It'd be interesting to see if WebAssembly changes this. I mean, it's really got an uphill battle, but it at least has the potential. And finally, we come to C#, and this is an interesting case because it's about platform exclusivity from 2 different angles. So first we have Microsoft Windows. So this is mid-90s, Windows 95 is in the works, and out comes Java from Sun Microsystems. And Java has this tagline of write once, run anywhere. And Microsoft does not like this, because if you can run it on any operating system trivially, that means you don't have to run it on Windows.
Yeah, because Java, it's so verbose, you can only tolerate writing it once. Imagine the days before there was tab completion and you're writing Java. Bro, you're writing like paragraphs of code. It's not, it's so verbose. Yeah, you only want to write it once, okay? It's all you can handle.
And you could run it on somebody else's OS, like Mac or Linux or something like that. And Microsoft at the time made pretty much all their money from Windows and Windows-related things. So they really didn't want people to be writing a ton of Java. They wanted people to be writing something that they controlled. So they came up with this language, called C#, and that was the language that they controlled. That had an almost identical feature set to Java by some very strange coincidence. So what Microsoft actually wanted out of this was they wanted lock-in. Like they wanted people to be like, okay, let's just use our thing instead of that thing. But the way that they achieved this was by using platform exclusivity on their vast and very genuinely good network of tools and ecosystems around like MSDN, documentation, and stuff like that. So if you wanted to get in...
What do you mean she got people on ignore? Who am I ignoring? Dimension in vain. I had CS exams where I had to handwrite Java code. That's so mean. That's so mean. I'm old enough to remember those days. Oh no. Well, at least now you know. I mean, I don't know. There's some not awesome things happening these days as well. So I don't know.
On like the Microsoft IDEs, like Visual Studio, like before Visual Studio Code, and you wanted to get a Java-like experience, the only way to do that was C#, because Microsoft was not going to build those tools for Java. They were just going to build it for C#. It was successful, so C# became a very popular language, and to its credit, it had a number of design features that were considered by many people improvements over Java, and this got it up into the top 10. And then finally, we have the quick upgrade path. So this is basically sort of working at people's, like the considerations that they do when they're deciding to adopt a programming language. So of course, everybody's thinking about the benefits, the things that I think will be good if I use this language. Familiarity is always a big thing. We're humans. We get a first impression of something. We're like, oh, that looks nice. I know what that is. Or you see like, oh no, that's a lot of parentheses, hypothetically. This is a thing that people do. Like we make snap reactions to things, and it impacts whether or not things get popular. Learning curve is another one, right? Like you look at this thing, you say, well, I don't know what the word monad is. Like I don't think I'm going to have time to learn all these textbooks.
Monad's mentioned. This is definitely a functional talk.
Ecosystem access, right? Am I going to be able to like leverage this huge ecosystem of code that's already written for whatever languages? And how much effort is it going to be to migrate? Like how different is this from the current code that I have or the way that I'm used to writing code? All of these things are considerations. And sort of the quick upgrade path is basically saying, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is all benefits and like the drawbacks. Like it's super familiar, learning curves almost zero, full access to the ecosystem, code migrations, Snap. CoffeeScript is one of the early languages that succeeded on this. Their tagline was, it's just JavaScript. And they basically were like, yeah, you can learn this in about half an hour if you're a JavaScript programmer. We'll migrate all your code for you. You can just run a script that will convert your JavaScript to CoffeeScript, and then it'll have all these benefits. And this was enough to rocket CoffeeScript up to, at one point, like at its peak, it was the 11th most popular language on GitHub. And this tagline was maybe not 100% accurate. I mean, it's literally not just JavaScript. It is a different programming language, but it's so close to JavaScript that it's like, okay, it's approximately equal to JavaScript. The language that I think has a more reasonable claim to that is TypeScript. I mean, TypeScript is actually a strict superset of JS, so it's like, okay, yeah, I guess fair enough. That actually is just JavaScript. So they actually have the thing where you can like rename your file name from .js to .ts, and it's supposed to just work right out the box, and then you can just start adding features from there. Pretty impressive. And certainly if you're looking at that and saying, oh, so you have these benefits and the costs are I have to rename the file, okay, that sounds good. Where do I sign up? And a lot of people have signed up. TypeScript's doing really well in terms of popularity. C++ is arguably the first example of sort of like doing this and being really successful at it. C++ was a near superset of C. It wasn't like literally TypeScript style, a strict superset. But often enough, you could just take your .c file, rename it to .cpp, and just go and just get the additional benefits of C++. Worked out really well. Kotlin is maybe like the most modern example of this. It's going more with the CoffeeScript flavor. Like Kotlin is a substantially different programming language from Java. It's not just claiming to be a drop-in upgrade, but it is like they really emphasize this on the website. 100% interoperable. Existing code bases have no trouble migrating.
No one wants to write Java.
To Kotlin. And again,
let's make a new language. Really well. No one wants to write this.
Okay. So that's most of the languages in the
but
top
we gotta
10,
maintain it, guys. We gotta buck up. We gotta maintain that.
Has a strategy for getting popular that, as far as I know, has never before or since been attempted to get popular, which is epic marketing. I mean, seriously. So like in the 90s, like there was a lot of coverage, and in fact the early 2000s, of basically all the money that and like power that Sun Microsystems was putting behind Java. In 2003, they introduced a new $500 million marketing campaign just for Java, like nothing else other than this programming language. And keep in mind, this is in 2003 when.
This is before tech influencers. Okay, they should be giving me $5 million. I'll take $500 million for Java marketing campaign in 2024.
When Sun was like having financial difficulty, so like this.
It'll take me all day to write one function just with how bad I am at typing. It'll be great. What could go wrong?
This was after untold amounts of marketing dollars that they had done back when they were flush with cash. And at this point, they already had millions of Java users, and they were like, it's not enough. We need to announce a new.
They had to build a marketing factory to implement the marketing campaign. Oh, no.
This did, however, result in some pretty hilarious stuff. So this is from the late 90s. This is a Sun Microsystems commercial called The Spy. And it's basically just like a James Bond spoof. It's like James Bond and Q, where they just like go through this like briefcase full of gadgets, and Q is like, this was built with Java technology.
That's
like,
a really...
It's, like including this credit card that for some reason has like Java code running on it. Like,
yes.
I don't know exactly like why that's critical to James Bond's success here. Also, there was this funny moment in the middle of the commercial where they just have this like woman in a lab coat holding a C++ textbook. I think that was just to be like, hey, C++ programmers, come use Java. It'll be great.
That's so good. That could be me. I could be her with the C++ textbook. Just give me $500 million. Sun Microsystems, thank you.
Great. And like that was the goal of Java, was it was supposed to be familiar for C++ programmers. They really wanted to attract them. James Gosling in one of his talks used the term, he's like, we wanted to hoodwink them into thinking that Java was something they already understood. So they were like really pushing this even in the middle of this commercial. So this was so successful that it actually impacted what has today become the #1 programming language. So the story of JavaScript's early development was Brendan Eich was working for Mozilla. He was tasked with making a scripting language for the browser so you could do real-time scripts in the UI. And his original design was actually based on Scheme, like a functional programming Lisp. That was what he wanted to, that could have been #1. But people at Mozilla were like, have you seen this Java hype train that's coming? We got to get on that. Like, put it in the name. Like, just stick it in front. We're going to have JAVA in our name, and
that's
also make the syntax look like that, and make the language be object-oriented. And Brendan Eich's like, okay. And that's the story of why the #1 programming language in the world is object-oriented instead of a functional Lisp. I think it's pretty. You would have a tough time making the case that it's like, yeah, if JavaScript had been a Lisp and it was the only way it had like exclusivity on the browser, no, I wouldn't have gotten popular. No, that's web. Who cares about the web? That's not a big deal. I mean, people get scared away from parentheses, so no chance. I mean, it would still be #1. It would still be the biggest thing in the world because the web was still the biggest thing in the world. But this is why it ended up the way that it did. It was because of ultimately Sun Microsystems spending millions of dollars on marketing. Go figure. Which brings us finally to Python, which has unfortunately the least exciting story of all these. It's basically just like slow and steady. It just slowly and steadily grew over the years. So you can exemplify this by looking at Python in comparison to two very similar languages of Python.
I wonder how much each of these languages were being taught in universities, and because with Python, it's such a good introductory language. Like that's what I was taught first year university, Python and Java. So I don't know. I'm curious if the adoption also changed given how much universities were teaching that stuff.
On Perl and Ruby.
Those specific languages.
This is back in 2005 when Rails is just taking off. So you can see at this point, among those three languages, Python was the least popular. So Python had just been kind of cruising along, and Perl is kind of in decline, almost PHP style. And Ruby at this point has just skyrocketed up in popularity because Rails just came out. So at this point, Python's kind of in third place. But hey, so slow and steady wins the race, as they say. And as we see, as time continues, Perl continues to decline. Rails helps Ruby out, but then eventually kind of tapers off. Python's still just kind of cruising along. And then eventually, I don't know, Python just kind of gets an uptick. The slope changes a little bit, and it just sort of slides on up. And then by the time we get to the present, it's like, holy cow, what happened? Python is now the #2 language in the world, out of nowhere. But it wasn't out of nowhere. It was just out of slowware. It really, it never had a Rails moment where it just jumped up.
That's a good way to describe Python. Other popularity factors: syntax, job market, and community. True. I always say I'm hovering over it because I want to skip some of it. I agree. I mean, I adopted Go because I like the syntax. I like the way it felt to write it. I like the way the code looked. What can I say? I'm a ricer. It's part of who I am. Job market, definitely. Totally. I am debating learning Scala and Elixir purely for how useful they are in the job market. Like they're so Scala developers in the that what's it called that we did? The report that I reviewed on stream. Dude, Scala developers like the highest paid like the highest paid developers, and also one of the groups that have the highest like retention rate for the language. Like people that are writing Scala don't want to switch like primary languages. I'm like, damn, okay. And the community definitely would agree on that as well. Go and Rust right now, you can see they have such good communities. And the ones that are in shambles, it's just the community can be kind of toxic and moves people away from that. So I could see that. What are the most popular languages for why are the most popular languages object oriented? That'd be kind of interesting.
About. So this led me to another question. I'm like, okay, so I can see that there's a variety of explanations for how these languages got popular, but how come they're all OO? Like that doesn't really seem to relate to killer apps and things like
Scala
that.
salaries
Like how come
are high.
all these except for C in the top 10 are all object-oriented languages? Is there more to this story? Is there something about object orientation that causes or is partially responsible for this popularity? Because it seems like if that's just a coincidence, that's a pretty big coincidence. So I looked into this some more.
I don't agree. Like I honestly I think object oriented is so popular right now because that's what you're learning in school. I should ask the schools, why are they teaching object oriented? Like I think that's why. It's just like that's what you learn in school. You never really learn, I don't know, you maybe spend like one semester learning some other language for like 3 months. So you don't even get deep. You just like learn how to read that code and then you move on. Like yeah, and like you get some experience with like non-object oriented, but generally it's like the bulk of the programming classes use some object oriented language. So of course, and when they're teaching you like the fundamentals of software development, it's all like OOP principles.
This leads me to part 2, paradigm. So Wikipedia defines paradigm as a way to classify programming languages based on their features. So because features can overlap, like you can have like multiple sets of features, you can have overlapping paradigms as well. So some languages.
It's funny too because I remember like in school, they would always compare to when they're trying to teach like object oriented, they start by like trying to convert like real world objects into objects in your program. And it's funny because like now whenever when I'm reading books on like how to write better code or like even design patterns, like I'm reading design patterns right now and it's talking about like how to model, basically like how to model your problems into again, like classes and objects and types, like whatever, how to do all of that. But then it's like, it always says it's like the worst example is to try and compare a real world object to an object in programming because there's just no, like it's not how it translates. They're not equivalent. I'm like, that's so funny that's what you're being taught in school is to like compare these things. And then immediately after school, they're like, don't do that. Like, what do you mean? Why is OOP so popular? I don't know. Like, ask the fucking schools.
Are, for example, imperative and object-oriented and procedural at the same time. Or they can be hybrid, object-oriented and functional. This is the thing. They overlap. So I was trying to sort of narrow it down to the stuff that's uniquely OO, like the non-cross paradigm stuff, and say like, okay, is it the case that almost all these languages are OO because of some uniquely OO features that are really not found in other paradigms? So this, of course, led to the question of like, what are the uniquely OO features? I mean, I can think of a few that get talked about as sort of canonical OO features, like encapsulation maybe, inheritance, objects, methods. So I kind of started to investigate these.
That's right.
So inheritance. This breaks down into 2 categories. One is what people call interface inheritance. This is basically just another term for subtyping. Of course, subtyping is found in all sorts of languages, so that's definitely not uniquely OO. The other one is implementation inheritance, which most people just call inheritance, but I have encountered people who wanted to be more specific. So for the rest of this talk, whenever I say inheritance, I mean implementation inheritance. Interesting thing about implementation inheritance, though, it's not actually considered to be a best practice, really. So there's this phrase composition over inheritance, like favor composition over inheritance. And I think the earliest time this was used was in the Gang of Four Design Guides, which was really influential object-oriented programming design book.
Videos on it.
But now this has just become something that gets repeated by every object-oriented thought leader I've pretty much ever heard of. This is just kind of the way you're supposed to do stuff. It's like, yeah, inheritance is a thing. It's found in pretty much every object-oriented language, but you know what? It's kind of disfavored in favor of composition. I think that's pretty interesting.
Makes
so
sense.
that leads me to the conclusion that like, if inheritance is one of the uniquely OO language features, which I think it is, it's pretty hard to say that this like thing that is recommended not to use as a best practice is somehow explains like the popularity of all these OO languages. So I don't think it's inheritance.
Yeah.
And I especially don't think this when you think about like, what are some modern languages that
But like honestly, in school, I felt like we spent so much time going over the implementation inheritance instead of composition. And I'm like, why didn't they just give us, like, why didn't they just like start from the get-go, be like, yeah, so you could do this, but like instead you should be doing this. Like, do they not know? Like, why aren't we focusing on composition instead of inheritance? Even if it is object oriented, like that's still the better practice. Like, I don't understand. I don't
sort of self-identify as being able to support paradigms. Like, what do they think of inheritance? So Go is a good example of this because this is a language where they don't really need to have backwards compatibility with any of the other object-oriented languages. Like Kotlin, of course, needs to have inheritance because they want to have really good Java interop. Go doesn't care. I mean, Go is basically trying to be another better C based on using the learnings of the intervening.
Go doesn't give a shit. They're doing it right from the get-go. They say composition or get out.
Time period.
I love Go.
Really, some of them. And basically, Go is like, you know what? We support.
Like, look at that side eye. This guy's saying composition, or like we don't care about your other. We don't care about your object-oriented issues. All right.
An object-oriented style. This is from their FAQ, but they don't have inheritance. They just decided like it wasn't worth it. They just didn't want to do it. And it's especially interesting when I look at this in terms of what does that imply for what methods and objects, which are kind of two of the other things that I said might be some of the uniquely OO features. And it turns out that once you take inheritance out of the picture, methods and objects are kind of just the same thing as like procedures and structs with some syntax sugar. So I think this is kind of true in Go. Like quote-unquote objects and methods are really just syntax sugar. So like if you look at these two function calls, like one is, or procedure calls, circle.grow parentheses 3 and grow parentheses circle comma 3, in both cases, the logic that you're running is this grow logic. And in both cases, grow has access to the circle and the number. So whether or not you write it in method style or whether you write it in sort of procedure call style is really just a matter of syntax. Semantically, the only reason these could possibly be different is if you have inheritance in the mix. So to me, this kind of reduces down to, okay, I've ruled out objects and methods as being uniquely OO. Really, it's just implementation inheritance and or maybe encapsulation. So what about encapsulation? If Go supports an object-oriented style, how do they do that? If they don't have a first-class concept of objects, how do they do encapsulation? So this gets into a sort of broader concept called modular programming. This is one of the things you'll find listed on Wikipedia as one of the programming paradigms, modular programming. It's like imperative programming, modular programming, et cetera. So modularity is essentially where you get to define a public interface and hide private implementation details. This is about information hiding. And this comes from a language called Modular, which sort of pioneered this in 1975. Now, languages with modules are all of them, basically, like every modern language except for C and C++, which are like too old school to have had it back in the day. Although modules actually are apparently coming in C++20, so this is a temporary state of affairs. But it seems to be that pretty much every language has agreed, you know what's good? Modules. We should have a module system, except for the languages that are too old for it. And Go is no exception. Go has a module system. Now, what's interesting here is how modularity and encapsulation relate. So again, this is the definition of modularity, public interface, private implementation details. And here's the definition of encapsulation. Public interface, private implementation details, but specifically about an object. So encapsulation is kind of like a weaker form of modularity. It's like a subset of it. It's like modularity, but only applied to objects. And this was a feature that you could find in another early language with a similar kind of name called Simula. This is a language for performing simulations. And Simula did not have a module system, but they did have encapsulation. So you didn't get the full-blown like module system that every modern language seems to agree is what you want, but they did have a more limited form, namely encapsulation. So you got some of the benefits, but they were kind of limited to just objects. So Simula inherits from the, interesting choice of words. Simula is a descendant of the Algol programming language, like really influential language from the 60s. And it had some of these language features. Objects, classes, inheritance. Those were brand new as of Simula. Like Simula introduced to the world objects, classes, and inheritance. Garbage collection it did not introduce because John McCarthy did that with Lisp back in the day. This was like the original garbage collected language, but Simula just continued to use that. And Simula was very influential in another famous object-oriented language, Smalltalk. So this is like sort of maybe the most famous like of the original object-oriented languages, considered by some to be the only true like object-oriented language. So Smalltalk was designed by Alan Kay, who drew on Simula among other sources of inspiration. And he coined the term object-oriented. So objects existed before Smalltalk, but object-oriented was an Alan Kay original. He came up with this term, and he applied it to Smalltalk. And you can kind of see why, because in Smalltalk, everything is an object. Like you have objects, right? Those are objects. And then the way that objects call methods is by passing messages to other objects. The messages are also objects. And then also all of those have classes, and classes are also objects. So really, like seriously, every primitive in Smalltalk is an object. So I mean, yeah, I would use the term object-oriented to describe that, maybe even object-obsessed. And really like, so this is a pretty natural term, and it got picked up by a lot of people, and they were like, oh, cool, object-oriented systems have like objects and classes and inheritance. And then like 3 decades later in 2003, Alan Kay was like, just kidding, actually like object-oriented, I never really should have called it that because really it's about these other things. I really think OOP is actually about messaging, local retention and protection and hiding of state process, extreme late binding of all things, and only Smalltalk and Lisp are object-oriented. And the rest of the world is like, excuse me? Like, we've got C++ and Java and like all these other languages. These seem object-oriented to us, and you're saying like, no? And he's like, I coined the term, this is what it means. Here's the thing though, like language, like spoken language evolves over time. I mean, Alan Kay, maybe this is what he actually in his heart truly meant back in the 80s, but it's like that ship has sailed. Like we just, the word means a different thing now than what he wanted it to mean originally. I think it's just too late. Like object-oriented programming is just like what we consider it to mean these days, which is not this. So if you want to learn more about objects and Alan Kay and the history of the term objects and object-oriented, Hillel Wayne wrote this blog post that really goes into the history in a lot more depth, and if you want to check out that link a little bit later, you can. Now I bring up Smalltalk because this is the language that influenced Objective-C, which is one of our top 10. So Objective-C was created by Brad Cox. He did an interview, which is at that link right above there if you want to see the full interview, where he kind of explained like the story of how he ended up creating Objective-C. And the story goes like this. He was working at a company called ITT. They were working on Unix systems, and they were programming them in C. This is where the C influence in Objective-C comes from. And Brad's job was he was on a productivity team. He was supposed to help everybody else in the organization get more productive. And what he says in this interview is he's like, I wasn't happy with C as a productivity foundation. I was kind of looking around for...
I love hearing about the history of this stuff. I love hearing about it. It's interesting. It's so interesting because sometimes you're just like, how the hell did we get here? Like, why? Who made these choices? And you just see that it was just like compound. It was like they were doing so good, and then they made like one wrong move, and their path just completely strayed. Wrecked.
For anything that
Yes.
help.
Oh my god, I just fast forwarded more. Yes, I do read YouTube chat, but I don't always talk to YouTube chat. Hi. Welcome. I'm gonna react to that. Those that can't do teach. I think that's such an L statement. That's so not true. But I'll talk about that after this video.
Help. And it was about the time that the Byte magazine issue came out. Now, if you look at that Smalltalk logo, I've omitted something here, which is that this was actually the cover of Byte magazine. Remember we were talking about Byte magazine for VisiCalc? So Byte magazine was essentially like getting on the cover of Byte magazine was like being on the front page of Hacker News in the 80s, right? This is like before the web. There was no Hacker News, there was no any web. But like, this is a big deal. So Brad's like leafing through this, and he's like, huh, this is interesting. This seems like it's related to the problem I have. A whole bunch of things in there that Smalltalk was offering that I thought might help. Encapsulation for sure. Encapsulation being our like subset of modularity. C is so bad at it. Everything is public. It just turns to soup. The pain of that is what I was trying to escape.
Turns to soup.
This is really interesting. Like Brad Cox was basically saying, I want modularity. I want a module system. And with the benefit of hindsight, we can say, Brad, go look at Modula. You'll get the real thing that everybody's gonna.
Wait, like, it just turns to soup. Like, what does that mean? It's why are people always making code out like it's food? Like there's spaghetti code. Your code, if everything's too public, it's soup. Like, what does this mean? I don't get it.
Include is what you actually want later. But he didn't have access to that. He had Byte magazine, and Smalltalk was the one that happened to be on the cover of Byte magazine. So he was like, cool, here's the thing that solves my problem. This is what I'm going to use. And so he ends up making Objective-C from that. And it's pretty interesting to think of, like, this is what happened, in the 80s based on his being only aware of Smalltalk. There was no web. But like Byte magazine has done other covers, right? Like here's one for Lisp. I mean, who knows what could have been, right? What if it had just been like Modula on the cover of Smalltalk magazine?
Like
instead of Objective-C,
designs.
it's just modular C, right? And then now one of the top 10 languages is maybe a dialect of standard ML instead of being a dialect of Smalltalk or a hybrid of Smalltalk and C. Because really, that was the one thing that he wanted, and this was the way that he knew to get it. And much later after the fact, we look back and we don't think like, oh, Objective-C, that was based on a need for modularity, which everybody now knows is best solved by modules. We look back and say, nope, that's an object-oriented language. Object orientation.
We're moving.
By chance.
He's losing me. He's
All right, which
losing
brings us
me.
to the final part, style. So functional programming style, I'm going to just claim without any evidence is avoid mutation and side effects.
Yay!
I'm claiming this because
Mutation
I've talked to a bunch of
side
people about it, and this seems to kind of be the consensus, but at the end of the day, like nobody's really entirely sure. There's no like authoritative source that we can go to say what the FP style is. So I'm going to claim it's this, and hopefully you'll go along with me. Now obviously, like no language features are required to program in this style. Like you can almost do this in assembly. I'm not saying it would be pleasant, but theoretically you can just choose not to mutate and choose not to have side effects in most languages, certainly any procedural ones. Having said that, obviously like languages differ in their support for this style. Some languages are very conducive to programming the style. Others make it pretty difficult, like assembly. So why is an FP style the norm? Well, one argument is just that it's just a matter of time. Like it just hasn't had enough time in the spotlight, and just like over time, it's going to become more and more normal until eventually.
Wait, did anyone come to it with an answer with the soup? Soup mentioned soup because you're getting hungry after a 40-minute talk. I just had a smoothie. Spaghetti code in C is faux. Clearly you hate soup. Spaghetti code should have been called Chutes and Ladders code. Oh, seriously, that's true. It's true. Okay, no answers. Alphabet soup is an actual food. You don't want your code to look like it, though. Maybe it's all mixed up. All code is soup if you think about it.
It becomes kind of the norm.
You've come to no answers that have been helpful for me. Thank you.
I actually think this is a pretty compelling argument. So if you look at the Kotlin FAQ, it says, is Kotlin an object-oriented language or a functional one? And the answer is, hey, we got both. We got OO and we got functional. Like, you can use both. This is not what you would see in a 1990s Java dialect FAQ.
Isn't OCaml both as well?
But like these days, the functional style, that's considered a selling point. That's like, oh no, like people agree that the functional style is good now.
Sure,
like, don't worry, we support that. We have good support for that. In a language, remember, where its main thing is like, hey, this is a super smooth Java upgrade process. They're bragging about their ability to support the functional style. Look at Swift. They say some additional features of Swift include functional programming patterns like map and filter. And again, this is a language which doesn't need any help to attract functional programmers. They're just going to be like, everybody's going to use it because if you want to build for Apple, you kind of have
the O and OCaml is for objects?
Have to. But Swift is also saying like, hey, we're a modern language, and in a modern language, you got to have good support for the functional style. Again, not saying this means FP is about to take over the world, but it is important to note that this is not something you would see in the 1990s. Something has changed. And if you don't believe me about those two languages, take a look at these collection of books. Functional JavaScript, functional programming JavaScript, beginning functional JavaScript, functional light JavaScript. I mean, just lots and lots of stuff about how to do functional programming in languages that are not functional languages, but which...
Dude, that's so JavaScript though. JavaScript is such a mess. It's such a mess of a language that people are trying. They're trying to write JavaScript in like every possible paradigm that's out there because the language is so unstructured that you just can. That's my take. That's my hot take on JavaScript. My beef with JS is just that there's like 10 ways to do the same thing in that language, and it pisses me off. It's so annoying. Like, just be consistent. There's no consistency in that language. It drives me nuts. Like, why are people writing it functionally? Leave me alone.
Do have some support for it. Java even, like Java, functional programming in Java. Like, this is a real thing.
It's like I get it. Okay, I think freedom is this interesting thing. Like freedom in with your code, with like your code syntax and just like, I don't know, how you write code, the flexibility of the language. I feel like it's kind of helpful for beginners because they're kind of just figuring it out. And then at a certain point, it's like you start to like the rigidity of a more structured language that like tells you what to do. And then on the other side, it's like you've been coding for like 20 plus years and now you want to basically just make the language work for you. You just want it to do whatever the fuck you want it to do. That's it. What's that called? Metaprogramming? What's that? What was that thing? Fuck, I can't remember the name for it. Where it's like you can basically like rewrite the language. Like Ruby is really good for this. You can like rewrite the language to like behave in whatever way you want it to be. That's metaprogramming, right? Yeah. It's called awful. It's like the most unmaintainable code ever, but I could totally see someone who's like so experienced. You know what? I don't want or need anyone to look at this code ever. I'm going to rewrite the language. But yeah, anyway, JavaScript
Python,
shambles.
Sure, like
JavaScript and shambles.
the top 3 languages right there. All this huge selection.
Okay, Python's doing the same thing. LT.
C++.
But also, like, I don't know, functional programming is kind of based, so I get it.
There are multiple C++, functional programming and C++ books. I mean, this is a change. This is none of these things would have flown in the 90s. No publisher is going to be like, oh yeah, like functional programming and C++. Let me sign you up. I'll give you a nice advance on that one. Like, no, this is a sign that people are coming around to the idea that, you know what, actually like the functional programming style, like I don't think people are at languages yet, certainly, but the style is gaining traction. And I think this is interesting because if we are somewhere in the middle of like a transition from OOP style to FP style, like maybe this hybrid thing is an intermediate stage on the road to FP becoming the norm. That's a plausible thing. Now, how much time are we talking about?
Well, fair enough, because I do keep trying to learn Haskell and I cannot wrap my head around it. And that's like pure functional, but that's why I wanted to try it, because it's pure functional. It's no hybrid, but oh my lordy, is the learning curve high. Like, what the heck? It's hard. Anyway, that's all. My mouse keeps not working, so give me a sec here. I'll play it again. Where is my mouse?
I don't really know. I mean, this whole talk we've been talking in timescales of like decades. So it might be that maybe we're in the middle, but actually the middle is like, maybe we have another decade or two. I don't really know. I mean, I can't say with any certainty. What I can say though is that something has changed. Like this style is not something that people were considering a positive thing in the 90s, and the idea that it is a positive, that I think has become sort of mainstream now. And I think this can translate to popularity of functional programming languages. Like imagine somebody who's already concluded, hey, FP style is good. I'm just like choosing to write functional programming JavaScript, functional programming Java. That's just how I write my code. At some point, you look around, and you're like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if like the language I were using actually had strong support for this style instead of just kind of being an afterthought at best? Wouldn't that be nice? And then at that point, maybe people start saying, on my next project, I'm going to try and embrace a language that is really good at this and not just like okay at it, kind of as a side effect. No pun intended. And at that point, like, who knows? Maybe that changes these rankings. Maybe that influences people's decision of what programming languages they're using. Okay, so to sum up, why isn't functional programming the norm? Well, it's complicated, but I think we've learned a lot about like some of the factors that go into this. We talked about language, paradigm, and style. Why aren't FP languages the norm? Well, no one, there aren't any sufficiently large killer apps for FP languages. But I gave 3 examples of things that could plausibly take off. Killer app can come out of nowhere, can come from anywhere. No exclusivity on large platforms, but hey, maybe if there's some platform that has FP languages as like the exclusive way to write for them, and that platform gets big, who knows? That could happen too. Cool. Can't really be a quick upgrade if you're substantially different. I mean, if the whole point is the language is like really significantly different, you also can't say, don't worry, it's a drop-in replacement. It's just JavaScript. If it's like, well, no, the point is it's not JavaScript. I don't think we can ever have that. No epic marketing budgets, and to be honest,
no epic marketing budgets. They now have Tej DeVries advocating OCaml, so like this might be the year of functional programming, you know what I'm saying? All right, what else? Are object-oriented languages the norm because of uniquely object-oriented features? Information hiding is not uniquely object-oriented feature. Modules can do it too. Inheritance is uniquely object-oriented, but object-oriented best practices encourages composition instead. Without inheritance, objects and methods are not significantly different from structs and procedures. I think object-oriented is the norm just because it's what you're taught in school. And so like that popularizes it with a big base of developers. And that's, I straight up, I think that's why. I get that like there's some schools that offer like functional programming classes. I think usually you have to take at least one functional programming class or something like that, but I don't know. Maybe too it's like just not the value added to justify that learning curve is like maybe not being pitched very well. It's a huge learning curve to like it changes your brain having to think functionally. And I don't think that there's like enough to justify people switching from object-oriented or whatever their paradigm is that they write in generally into like a functional style.
The answer to this is no. It's not that OO causes languages to become popular. It's just a coincidence. It's just along for the ride. And finally, like, why isn't FP style the norm? Well, I think it's just a matter of time. It's becoming the norm.
Ooh, it's a matter of time. Yeah. All right, cool. That was fun. That was a fun video. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Get your water, get some snacks, whatever. Okay, we'll be back in like take 5. Take 5. All right, we're back. We're back. Let me just open up my things. I can thank all the people that subbed. Pinnock Gamer, thank you so much for it. The resub. Thanks for being sub for 9 months. Luciano, thank you for it. The 2 months. I appreciate that. What side of the force are you in? Huh? What? That echo slabs? What echo? Oh, the one where when I hit my desk and it reverbs through the mic? Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Mike S., thank you for it. The 3 months. Agile, thank you for the 100 biddies. Agile said, if you're interested in learning functional programming, you might want to choose a language that makes it easy to do functional programming without forcing you to do it. I've been doing Scala since 2010. Yo, Scala developer in the chat. I've been doing Scala since 2010, so I'm biased. I also have a free crash course on my YouTube channel. I can post a link if you're interested. Agile, I would love if you could post a link. Can you put it in the Discord so that I can actually find it? Agile Steel. Oh, they're gone. I took too long. It was like half an hour ago. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah. Okay, maybe it isn't Scala. I don't know. We'll see. I gotta start with Elm first, though. I think because I need to do this blog thing. I was trying to write it in Haskell, and it's just oh. You guys, I got too many blog posts just building up. I feel like Elm will be easier, so we'll do that. Aquilitrion, thank you so much for the 3 months. Baxter, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate it. And Script Monkey, thank you for the Prime sub. Overmayers, thank you for the 6 months. Meta, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. I hope you had an amazing stream. Let's give Meta a shout out. Oh, one of my mods already did it. Wow, they're so on it. Thank you, Coder. It's a matter of time is a bold statement. It is. It is. Although, like, minimizing mutation and side effects is a pretty good promise, I gotta say. Since you're not a functional expert, what's the deal with the burrito monad and no function side effects? Oh no. Don't talk to me about monads, okay? I'll call your mom. She won't like that. I'll tell you, he's been oh no, I'm not gonna make this chat hard to moderate. Never mind. It's fine. Is the gold dog balloon in the background an award for Jeff Koons thing? It is a fake. It's not a real balloon dog. He's pooping. It was a gift. You hinted on it. Keep your monads to yourself, okay? I feel like we have a test. What did I miss? Are there monads in Go, by the way? No. Sometimes Bash will finally answer when she wants to learn Oh Camel. Wait. Are you waiting on me for that? I thought I was waiting on you. Because my brain has too many open threads. Am I supposed to tell you when we're doing that? Do we still have to... Was I supposed to get back to you on a date with that? I thought you were going to say when you wanted to do the stream. Oh, yeah. I think all I said was sometime in March, right? I think that's it. Every time I program in Scala, it just feels a poor man's Haskell, especially with... Ooh. But maybe I need to learn... Maybe I need to do, like, the... Maybe instead of starting with, like, our Lord and Savior Haskell, I need to do something more scuffed. You know, like, maybe I should be doing, like, the Walmart Haskell, which you're saying is Scala. You know? Low level, thank you for the raid. How you doing, bud? What are you up to today? I thought you already started. Dude, I'm on like attempt number 5 of learning Haskell. The thing is with Haskell, it's like literally if I take a week away from Haskell, I can't read Haskell code. Like I gotta start again. So like I could learn Haskell. I can learn Haskell. I will eventually learn Haskell, but holy shit, I need to be accountable for it. And I've not been good at keeping myself accountable to learning Haskell. I've tried to keep myself accountable to learning Haskell by doing it on stream, and then I don't. And then I just don't. So, you know, yeah. Almost gateway drug to Haskell. Okay, good. Good, that's what I want. I had a Twitch chat codes in C where they controlled the source code. It went as well as it could have. Wait, so did they write hello world? Like, how far did you get? 30 minutes of Haskell every night before bed? Dude, how do you have nightmares every night? How to never sleep again? Or have the best sleep of your life. Like, it's one or the other. But then, okay, the thing I find with reading before bed is like whatever genre of book I'm reading before bed, every time I start reading that genre, I start getting sleepy no matter what time I read it. Do you know what I mean? Because I've now been put to sleep by that thing enough times that it's like, oh, I sleep now. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. I made that mistake by like reading textbooks before bed for a while. And then every time I'd get like one page into a textbook, I'm like, I could have a nap right now. I could go lie down and I'd feel pretty good about it. I have to like restrain myself. We almost had a compiled program to segfault. Oh man. Hey Munzie. Didn't do anything. They accomplished. We got one compiling program that didn't do anything. That's really good. You can write some Go code to tell you what to do with Haskell? What do you mean? I want to start reading it. Reading's good. Reading's nice. I've been reading a lot more. Now, I've been trying not to go on Twitter because I always find it like, it kind of stresses me out. Maybe I'm just a little sensitive, you know? But I go on Twitter and if I scroll there for even like 5 minutes, I feel immediately more stressed after doing that. So now whenever I get the urge to open Twitter, I'll maybe open it for half a second and then I'm like, oh wait, no. You know what I should do? I should be reading right now. So I read instead of doing that. I read instead of scrolling the Twitter timeline. I've been doing that for like a couple weeks. Yeah. What is it about Twitter that stresses you? I think it's just that like people are trying to say things on Twitter for engagement, right? And so it's just like people just like throw these ideas around and like most of them I'm like, I don't really care. Like I don't really care to know what you think. Like I don't follow you for that, you know what I mean? But then so I just find it exhausting because I'm just like everyone's arguing and I don't care. I don't really care about what you're having to say. There's so much negativity on the platform. I'm just like, I'm not a big fan of like drama. I find it kind of like it's boring. So like, I don't know. I just see everyone's like up in arms about something. And then the next day it's like everyone's all pissed off about some other thing. And then it's just like this constant, like very intense sentiment towards something. And like most of the time I don't care. Isn't that common for all social media? I don't find it as bad I don't find Twitch and YouTube like as bad with that. Because I think something on those platforms, because it's long form content, like something can be popular for the value added. But I think with Twitter, it's you have such a limited real estate for like what you can really say that'll have enough impact for someone to to feel the need to respond to it, that most of the time it ends up just being these like, I don't know, just these like clickbaity kind of things that like don't really add any value to your life. You don't have any time to cook on Twitter. You got to spit fire or you're ignored. Yeah. It's just like, Are Twitch and YouTube social media? I would say so. We need a new series, Real People of Twitter. That'd be really good. There's like 6 people I read tweets from. You, Tej, Prime, Rocks, Dax, a few more. That's more than everything. I know. I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like my timeline. I don't know how to change it. The negativity is selected on purpose. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Thing is like, of course, negativity is like it's on every platform. Like even YouTube, you'll see it in like titles and thumbnails of just like, oh, this is why this isn't good or whatever. And it's like, it kind of makes sense because it's like if that conflicts with your worldviews, then you're like, oh, I need to click on this so that I can like hear them out, you know? What are they talking about? Versus like if someone's like, this is the best way to do this, like, I mean, that's a more positive spin on it, but like it might be less compelling if someone already agrees with that. Do you know what I mean? It's like I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's just like, oh my God. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm on Twitter because I have to be. I've like slowly cut out every other platform. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll do TikTok, maybe I'll do Instagram. Like when I first started streaming, and then TikTok, I read their privacy. And I was like, immediately no. I think I posted like one TikTok, and then I was like, I need to delete this off my phone. This is so bad. And then Instagram, I was like, it's because I like kind of grew up with Instagram, so I was like, like, you know, I was kind of given the benefit of the doubt, and then I was like, this is like the community isn't there, you know, like you just get such weird people interacting with you on Instagram. There's no way to like really foster community there, so I was like, you know, I'm already not loving it, and then Meta is just fucking creepy. I don't agree with everything that they're doing as a business. So I was like, you know what? I don't even want to be part of it. So I don't post there. And then it was just Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. I'd love to post to YouTube more. I think YouTube is an awesome platform as a creator. Twitch is such a fun platform as well. The only thing with Twitch that's hard is like, it's just a lot of time investment. Like both YouTube and Twitch are like more time investment than any of the other ones. But yeah. I don't know. It's interesting too. Like one thing I found on Twitter as well is like, it seems like people like, how do I explain this? It feels like everyone's kind of fighting to be the main character, to put it in like the very Gen Z way. Everyone's fighting to be the main character on Twitter. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone thinks they're the sun in the way that they post. And then it's just like, oh my God, like shut up. Like, I don't care. Mastodon is actually so good. Mastodon energy is so good. Yeah. And like, but like you can just tell like when people are on Twitter a lot, it's like you can see the change, and like they just start to like really act in a way that's like very chronic, like you're chronically online, you know? And like, fuck, like at no point, like, and this is important to me. Like, of course I'm a content creator, but like from the get-go, all I've wanted to do with my content is just like create a space where it can just be like, maybe it'll be motivating for people. Maybe I want people at the end to just like feel better after watching my stuff, you know, after like hanging out. I want them to feel better after interacting with my stuff. And I don't think that a lot of the social media platforms, that's the effect that you get by being on that platform. That's part of why I quit the Instagram, is because I was like, you know what? Every time I'm on Instagram, same feeling as Twitter. Like I feel worse after being on Instagram and looking at these posts than when I'm on YouTube and I'm watching YouTube video, or I'm on Twitch and I'm interacting over there. And I was like, I don't want to be someone that's bringing people to this platform that makes them feel like shit. You know? Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of feeling that way about Twitter, but it's fine. Like I don't, the thing is too, is I'm like, I don't really have to, like, I don't have to be on Twitter. So I don't know. I'll just be there when I feel like it. And then otherwise, no. Are you like Gen Z Socrates blurting out live lessons? Exactly. Yeah. Welcome. YouTube represent. YouTube chat. Acknowledged. Seen. But for real, how do you do Mastodon? I have no idea. All my Mastodon shows me is Linux stuff. That's all I want to see. That's all I want to see. No, I pretty much just follow Muesli. Muesli is like the only person I know that's like got any kind of following on Mastodon, and he's always posting fun stuff. Like he's always posting cool stuff there. So like I just look at him, and then I look at people that like reply to me on Mastodon, or people that like, basically it's like I just look at other people that I'm like, oh, you're cool. Who's commenting on your stuff and like resonating with your stuff, and then I click on their profile and I like follow them, and I don't know. It's just like, yeah. So it's not Mastodon, it's just like one person. Yeah. I like the handful of people that are on Mastodon. No, I like my, I don't know. I haven't found it too bad though. Like there is discoverability with like hashtags and stuff. But yeah, I like Mastodon because there's nobody there. And then as soon as it gets too busy and it becomes a weird trolling chamber, I'll move again. What is that God tier Halo sticker? Oh, this one? The charm one? That's the only sticker I think you saw. Actually, I've got some sick stickers on my laptop. What's your Mastodon? I think it's mastodon.social. It's on Mastodon. Yeah, whoa. I didn't know I had a link to it here. Yeah. What is Blue Sky? Yeah. What is Blue Sky? Also, Twitter has like I don't think Twitter has like no use. No use. Like I don't learn anything from Twitter. And like if you are trying to do anything educational on Twitter, like the algorithm does not favor you. I take care of the bot. I got everything. Okay, good. Thank you, Coder. I appreciate that. I just read recently the Mastodon's having problems with spam and bots. Yeah, I don't know who runs Mastodon. Like, I don't know how they're okay. What's your best advice for people starting coding today? Would you recommend going front end or back end? I would recommend back end personally. I mean, front end can be satisfying at first when you're, moving pixels around on a screen. Like, it can be kind of satisfying writing code and like seeing some results versus like, with back end programming, you're basically modifying inputs to give some output. And that can be a little less satisfying, but the problem solving is a lot more fun, I think, on the back end, because the back end is more like puzzles, that you're having to solve. So I would say back end, it's a lot more, unless you already have like a design background, I would say back end. Front end is just gross. I know, yeah, for real. It's better from back end. Hello, internet. Blue Sky is very similar to Mastodon, decentralized Twitter, from what I understand. Okay, well, I'm already on Mastodon, so I'm not gonna be on Blue Sky. I just I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit anymore. I just wanna read books and like learn cool. I just wanna learn cool stuff and then like share that. That's the goal. That's all I want. That's all I want. That'd be so much better. Something cool. Signal is getting usernames in beta right now, expected to be rolled out in the next few weeks. Dude, Signal would be so much more usable if you didn't require a phone number. Like I would use Signal for like private messaging. But I don't want everyone having my phone number. I use my Amazon wish list as a social. Oh man. Signal will no longer require... Oh, interesting. How do you get off the internet? I have hobbies that are not internet related. I've also been making a very conscious effort to be like more involved in the community. So I mentioned earlier, I was in Asia. I went to Japan. Like that's where I was gone. And one thing I noticed there is like the attention to detail is so much deeper and so much more widespread than in North America. So that was very inspiring. Like it really made me realize that like I should be holding myself to a higher standard and putting the extra time in that it takes to get something really polished, right? Because I mean, sure, if something works, that's like you can get it working, that's cool, but like it really does add so much value across the board when things are really polished. So I was like, okay, I got to be more polished. That's one thing. Two is like people are actually out and about. Like people actually leave their house and like socialize with each other, which is something as someone who has been on the internet a lot since like COVID and who works in a job where I could go weeks without seeing anyone. Like it's really important to have that social element. And yeah, it kind of just inspired me to just like be in the community more, even if it's not necessarily like being super social, but just like in communal spaces, in shared spaces, and like hanging out, reading, doing whatever. There's something really nice about people being around you, just like living their own lives. I feel like on the internet, you do get kind of like siloed into your own little world, you know? Like going out into the world and just like hanging out and just like seeing people go about their daily lives. It's like something kind of refreshing about that. It's really nice. Yeah. So going outside more has been really good. And yeah, I also recommend like I'm getting, my eyes have been getting really tired from staring at a screen so much. So I would also recommend having some hobbies that are just like not screen related. Like try and do at least 2 things a day that is not on a screen. Like read a book, go on a walk, go exercise, meet your friend for coffee, go to there's so many like in-person book clubs and stuff like that. There's so many things that you can do, usually like community centers and like different services that are offered by your municipality, whatever. Like they have these community events happening, and like it's up to you to like make the effort to go to those things. And I think that it's important to do that. So yeah, just like get away from screens every once in a while. It's like part of why I've been trying to not be on Twitter, and like I have not been on Twitter at all. I'll post and then just close the app. Or like maybe listening to Twitter Spaces, but again, it's just like sometimes it's just that weird thing where everyone's like kind of fighting for like everyone's siloed into thinking that their world is like bigger than it is. Do you know what I mean? And you can kind of see that in Spaces as well. And I've totally been guilty of that in the past, I think. Just that like you get so used to, I don't know, you're on the internet, you just get so used to like seeing your own little world. You like forget how you kind of forget how like insignificant it is in the grand scheme of things. And like that perspective is really nice and like really actually really comforting. Yeah. It's pride, it's ego, and that stuff's really hard to work around. Yeah, and yeah, exactly, Novo. You can get in like echo chambers as well. Read a book, Google Meet Your Friends, VR chat, coffee shop. Yeah, and like just connecting with people in person as well is like it's such a different ball game. It's so different. It's just really nice. Yeah, feels good being the humblest though. Yeah, you are very humble, TJ. I try to be humble. I try not to like have ego involved in my daily life. I think if your ego is making choices for you, that's not the way you should be. That's not the way you should be going about it. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, anyway, get away from screens. Definitely a gateway into being chronically online. Echo chambers are definitely a gateway into being chronically online, for sure. Yeah. Well, because like you see things that resonate with like what you believe as well, and that's like I think you get a little like you get a little surge of whatever that is, dopamine, serotonin, I don't even know, that makes you feel good and makes you feel like seen. You know, you're like, oh, somebody else feels this too. You're not my real dad. I might be. Ask your mom. I tried so much not to have an ego that I noticed I was doing this by being egotistic. Ooh, that's interesting. Dude, psychology is crazy. Psychology is such a crazy dynamic thing that's just like it's hard to realize when you're doing like when you are the problem as well, right? Because it's like the thing that's telling you that you're the problem would be your brain, and so it's like but if your brain's not okay, like what? How do you know if it's real? How do you know what's real? You guys, it's crazy. We're getting deep in here. When in doubt, learn some Haskell and you'll be too confused to think about your ego, my guy. Don't worry about it. It's like, no, I'm never the problem. It's like that meme of like, oh, always have been. Stopping by to say thanks for the last few years of great videos. The mix of enthusiasm for tech and talking about same work-life balance has been helpful through a couple of years of grind. Thank you, Toby. That's so nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited, and like it's a fun challenge for me to like post more to YouTube. I keep saying this, you guys, it's because I'm genuinely trying. But like, I don't know. It's so hard to like pinpoint what is like what's fun to make, you know? And you kind of just have to like try a bunch of different stuff. She's too busy reminding me to post. Yeah, exactly. When you're feeling unproductive, do some chores. No, seriously, that's so nice as well. Is like literally just like putter around your house and like clean things, do your laundry. Like that's self-care too, you know? Like be your own mom. Take care of yourself like you were a kid. It feels good. It feels really good. Put a little podcast on. That helps your eyes, okay? You're not at a screen. Who end up puttering around their house? Either touch grass or like putter around your house. Have my mom come over to clean my house. I putter around my house too much. Open the door and putter yourself onto the street. Okay, get out there. All right. Okay. I think what I'm gonna change for the upcoming videos is I'm actually, before I play them, I'm gonna hover over the chapters, or like I'm gonna go through the chapters and see like which ones look interesting to me. And then I'll only look at those ones instead of the entire video. Because I don't know if I need the whole thing, you know? Nothing like doing laundry to avoid assembling that tax return. It's so real. So real. Channel that stress into chores. It's productive procrastination, you know? Okay. What made dynamic typing? So this one's going to be about static types, the next one. So why static typing came back. Okay, so then programming language outline, rankings for 2022, whatever, who cares? What happened? What made dynamic typing get big? I think I'm interested in that one. And then what changed? What does this mean for the future? Prediction, summary, outro. Okay, I think I'm mostly just interested in what made dynamic typing get big and what changed. So that'll be like 15 minutes. That'll be a lot easier. Not an hour. Try to mimic Theo and Prime with the YouTube content, so snippets from your stream. So snippets from your streams at first that you find interesting. So snippets from your stream at first that you find interesting. I know, dude, I've been talking to Theo. So Theo was the first, I think, to do the recorded, to like actually be able to make YouTube videos out of stream content. And I've tried for so long, but like sometimes, dude, you gotta like weigh the balance of like, okay, do I want to edit a 4-hour long VOD of my stream, or do I want to record something for like 10 minutes and edit the 10 minutes of footage? But then like you miss chat though when you're doing the shorter one. So, you know, it's worth it. I'll go through the 4 hours of editing. It's fine. He has a lot of equipment and keeps the time for a video shot. Yeah, seriously. Well, for me too, like my favorite thing about streaming is the interaction. Stream markers, dude. Everyone has to have their own process, because like I swear I've done markers in my previous videos and I never look at them. I just download the VOD and I put it in my editor, and I never go back and I'm like, oh, where are the markers that I put, and like open up Video Producer on Twitch to see the markers. Like it never happens, because you end up you have to fast forward through all the footage anyway to actually find it. Bash rambling on for 50 minutes. No, for real, that's most of my stream. But I've gotten pretty good at like video editing, so it's fine. It's fine. Just want to thank you, Bunny, about the Go video. It really helped change my perspective for coding. I just finished the Learn Go with tests. Oh, I'm so glad, Chatty. Let's go. Let's go. Flip. This is a marker. Oops, wrong channel. Yeah, seriously. Seriously. I know I'm trying to like, okay, actually you guys might have some input here because you are the ones viewing my content generally. So I want to have more, I'm planning on / I'm working on doing some videos that are a bit more like researched. And like so it means the prep time for those videos is pretty intense. Like I like read academic journals, do a lot of research to be able to like explain this thing properly and give you guys my opinions on that topic, right? So like something like that is a very high investment video. But at the same time, like that's what I find interesting. Like I'm literally, it's just something that I come across and I'm like, oh, I wonder how this thing works. And then I do a deep dive into figuring that thing out. So that's one form of content that I want to do. But because it is so time consuming to like produce, I want to be able to still post more frequently. So I'm trying to figure out like a balance there of things that I can post that are interesting, but not as like time consuming. I guess the contributing to I think guess like contributing to different open source projects or even like building something on stream is pretty fun. Like those kind of videos are pretty fun as well. And that's like not that, I mean, it still takes a decent amount of lift to just like prepare what it is that I like actually want to build and stuff, but yeah. That health advice while working was good. Maybe one of those more in-depth videos like every 2-3 weeks, and in between that time span other types of videos. Well, that's what I'm trying to think though, is I'm like, because I'm not like a vlogger, you know? I'm never going to be someone that like does like a super, I mean, I have like a day in the life, but it's like me in my office, things that I'm doing at work. Like it's more of like a work day. That's like the closest thing to a vlog that I would have. So like I'm not a vlogger, and I don't know, I just like topics. I like making videos about things that I think are interesting. But then that means that like I need to learn a lot about these things generally. Yeah. I don't know. How do you find time for streaming with full-time work? Doesn't that feel too overloading? It totally does. That's why it's been so hard for me to get a schedule locked in, and do the YouTube thing. Because like most of the time, if I'm streaming a lot, it means that like it means that I don't have the time to produce videos. So it's like a balance. So I'm trying to like, I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. You have good takes. Your voice is nice to listen to for more than half an hour. Question is, are you okay with having less views on those videos than what you do today? Oh, for like you mean for like stream VODs? Like if I were to just basically like react to something? I thought streaming was part of your job to some degree. It can be. It can be like if I wanted to have an afternoon where I'm just like working on charm code and streaming that, like I can do that. That's part of why like right now I'm streaming in the middle of the day. Like it is kind of like it's not charm specific stuff, but like I'm allowed to an extent, right? Like I can work with that, but the thing is that like when it comes to things that I'm doing for charm, I also have to be like very strategic with the amount of time and effort and like the return on that investment, you know? And like usually the more produced videos are a better use of my time than the live streams in terms of just like long-term feedback on it. You have to be a know-it-all on the subject to stream it. Yeah, so I guess streams could be the easier content that I do in between. I don't know. This is just like part of the challenge. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm interested in beyond these. Like, I love researching things and I love reading books, and I'd love to just like yeah, just learn stuff and then like share what I've learned with you guys in more like I just sit down and like talk you guys through like all this stuff, right? The summary, the TLDR of like the book, you know, paraphrased by yours truly. Yeah. Wait, what do you do there? A position where you can stream? Well, one, it's an open source company, so all the code that I'm working on is generally like it's out there anyway, so I can stream working on that code base. I'm also like developer relations there, so that means that like basically any FaceTime that I can do is usually a good thing because it like helps build community. No, I mean about the research ones, they normally do less numbers than more hot takes or quick tutorials. Oh, the research ones will be, I think the research ones will be interesting. I think those ones will actually do pretty well. Those ones will do pretty well. I guess I could do more of like the trendier videos. Like I could just react to my friends' videos and be like, do I agree with this? It just feels like such a cheap trick to me. Like not to, like that's obviously, like that's not to say anything about anybody that does those videos. That's not what I mean by it. I just mean like there's other people that already like they got that covered, you know? Like what's my take gonna add? I guess it's like a different perspective, so that's always interesting. Yeah. I don't know. That's true. I could always just try it. Just do like a couple. Because one thing is like, I find the more time I take away from like filming videos and stuff like that, the harder it is to get back into it. So part of me is just like, maybe I should just sit down. Like I really would love to sit down every day and film a video. But I'm like, what do I film? Hey, I'm all about seeing you happy with what you produce. I know Theo, Prime, and TJ are, and I watch them because of it. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I think too, it's because I don't really watch programming stuff on YouTube. Like I don't really watch that much programming content. So I'm trying to find this middle ground of like tech stuff that I would actually watch, that I actually think is like interesting. And usually that's like sharing opinions on something or a really good story about that field. Yeah. So that makes it harder for sure. Also, Igor, thank you for the gifted subs, by the way. I appreciate that. And in the name of Jay, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Shots at Teach, Prime, Melky, and Theo for reacting to each other's videos, reacting to each other. Yeah, I know. Do we add to the train and like react to them reacting to Prime, reacting to Theo, reacting to Prime, like but yeah. Not too hard regarding content, but hard at being consistent with it. Yes, definitely. Oh no. All right, should we do that? That'd be kind of fun to do. I'd actually totally like to take a break from something actually technical and look at TJ's content. I can only fire shots because you're here. Anyone who watches TJ's content, you know that was not real. Too much maleness in tech. Hey, TJ, wait, do you? I did post 10 hours of me reading. Okay, true. Not very technical. I choose like one of the most technical YouTubers that I follow, and I'm like, yeah, dude, try doing something technical. Try doing something hard. What, like it's hard?
True.
Should we react to them reacting to the reaction? You should consider reaching out to people and interviewing them for stories and thoughts. Thing is I do that. It's hard. Like I do that already on the Charm channel. So I'm like, and I do Go tutorials on the Charm channels. Like I don't want to do that stuff on my channel too. Then it's like so much. That'd be funny. Okay. Are we reacting to Tej and Melky reacting to Theo, reacting to Prime, reacting to Professor reacts to Prime reacting? Okay. AFK hopping in a meeting. Okay. Let's react.
The gene pool split.
And the muscles. The mustache and muscles, which go together, I think, you know. But
What
you
is
can
this?
find them at most
I'm gonna
places
watch it
now just
faster.
at Melky, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not
I
Melky
got
Dev
rid
and
of the
everything.
dev when
Yeah.
I realized that, I just have muscles and mustache. So,
Yeah.
and Milky mustache, muscle was taken, so
Yeah.
just Milky.
The thing is that people don't get the dev list for two things because that's how we like share names. But whatever, that's okay. They'll figure it out eventually. All right.
You don't want to do business with those brands.
Yeah.
You move on.
True.
You're on the right one.
True. I don't even want their head spend.
Yeah, you don't want those ones. Those are not for you. You don't just take money, right? You don't
True.
just sell out.
But you could
There's a
probably
lot
watch
of
my other
jibber
Ocaml
jabber
videos.
in the
Okay, let's keep
beginning
going.
here.
Just like that phrase. That phrase was
Oh,
not
there you go.
necessarily a planned phrase, but it still came out facehole. And so here we are, reacting to a reaction of a reaction. Okay.
I tell my wife.
No, we're reacting to a reaction of a reaction.
I'm on Theo's face right now. Hold on. I'm blocking Theo. I didn't even know. Okay, chat's too important. They stay big.
Reaction to a reaction. To a reaction. be
To
clear.
another reaction.
Every time I teach this particular lecture, like, this is such a snooze fest. So I've decided this time.
Average
Wisconsin,
Dr.
Madison.
Disrespect
Okay.
enjoyer.
I used to live here.
Okay.
Remember?
What?
When I moved away first?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
before I moved back. Yeah, I lived in Madison for a while. I know, sorry to be so far away from you, brother. But yeah.
Madison, I didn't
haven't
even.
seen
There's
each
so many
I know, it's
chats.
been a while. You moved out.
There's so many chats layered on this. I didn't even know what TJ was talking about.
Oh, good.
No,
Especially-
no, not at all. This is probably just a regular guy coming in, teaching class, and just use Snooze Fest to try and engage his class for a little bit. He doesn't even know Dr. Disrespect is.
He's doing his best to be a professor and make the content relatable. And like, obviously, he watches the doc.
Average doc. Like, I can see it. I can smell it off him.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Because we're trying to squeeze it in a little bit, let's only talk about the stuff that matters, and let's try and make it a bit more fun.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. We just watched a video on functional programming, so I like that he's saying let's just focus on the stuff that matters, and jumps right into central concepts in object-oriented languages. And also, academia is the problem. This is why OOP is so popular.
So
Nice.
this was what the
He's totally backing up what I said earlier.
outline looked like as of October.
Am I being tricked into talking about OOP again? I'm gonna be really upset. I mean, I know it's an FP thing, but I haven't seen anything functional yet. This is all OO shit. I'm not happy.
We're 22nd.
Yeah, Theo.
I'm not happy.
This
I
is
don't
what
want to have
it's
to
gonna
start
be.
this again on Twitter.
I am really deeply feeling uncomfortable right now. I really don't want to know what stupid opinion I had. And I can't believe, dude, I can't believe I
Imagine you to react.
Imagine walking into class and your professor's like, well, today,
We all
I
just
know
saying
you're
the
expecting a
same
lecture,
thing.
but we're actually going to watch a reaction video.
Maybe he's right. Maybe Prime is right. Maybe he is this is a Dr. Disrespect viewer. Like,
True.
he's watching Prime. Like, maybe he's actually right on this.
Oh, nice. Theo's in the chat. Hey, Theo, we're reacting to you, reacting to Prime, reacting to Professor, reacting to Prime, reacting to FP. So hopefully you enjoy.
I'm reacting to you reacting about them
We're gonna start-
I am
reacting.
already lost. This is gonna be fun.
By watching Primogen, who is
said the name right. Said.
Wait, did they watch?
Look how
Oh,
proud he is.
there's
It's
definitely
on there where you
actually a
can see.
Primogen viewer.
He's
They
so
said his
happy.
name properly.
Even professors watch me, guys. Even professors.
Genuine.
He said, "I'm acknowledged in academia." Professor Ajin.
A Prime video in class? Am I understanding this correct? Is Prime's
The realization on Theo's face.
With this university, I gotta enroll right now.
Yeah, okay, I could go back to college for this.
Yeah.
Why was this not part of my education?
content being brought into the classroom as part of a lecture? On one hand, based. On the other hand, the kids are so
The day and the name. Let's go, random B tier blog. Let's go. Dude, the guy, he likes it. He likes it. Prototype based.
My only question is, like,
weird.
because he put random B tier blog, is he also saying
Wait, this is so weird. It feels like Prime's reacting to Theo. Reacting like this is so confusing.
Prime's kind of like random
B-tier.
B-tier YouTuber?
I don't actually. There's so much going on in this slide that I'm literally lost. Like random beer tube, Primogen YouTube, like get it, like central concepts in all languages. All of this is just making me think React content goes a long way nowadays.
Yeah, there's a lot on one slide. It's a lot. It's a lot to process.
What's JavaScript? Get the hell out of here.
somebody that I just found, like,
I agree, Prime. He said JavaScript, get the hell out of here. I
one of my
agree.
friends showed me
Wait,
him,
Teach,
a
what
little
makes this
bit
even
ago.
funnier with your last comment is
Yeah.
if you pause this right now, the slide has a lot going on, but this shot right here has even more. This video
No,
space, my
this
face,
has a
face,
lot
Prime's
going
face,
on.
Professor, 2 chats, the slide, a YouTube
Our
banner.
chat over here.
There's 3 chats.
Say hi, YouTube. Like,
Where do I say hi to?
Are they reacting to me or am I reacting to
gonna
them? I
still
think they're
focus
reacting to
heavily on
me.
the
I
core
think
oh, I also love that the guy's like, I didn't really know. My friend introduced me to Prime. Like, he gets to completely like be absolved of it. Like, oh, I don't know who this guy really is. You know?
It would just put on my desk. It would just put on my desk one day.
I don't personally watch him.
I am
Prime's chat, he's
I am
just
not one of the
like,
G-gens.
oh my God,
No,
oh my God, let's go,
not
Prime.
me.
He's got 999 plus.
Knows all.
Like they're gonna start questioning him. They're like, so we heard that you liked a tweet that had 69 in the text. Please explain yourself. Like We heard that you were a Primogen shill in your lecture.
All the prime like OG.
And
you
then
know,
he
every
calls
morning
everyone
Easter eggs.
degenerates.
Yeah, he chants true in the
Degen.
mirror, like,
Yeah.
he's got 999 plus
Matthew Robin.
messages in the user history. Like, I don't know, but just my friend introduced me to him. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't know. Some small YouTuber, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, it's whatever.
Of OO, because that's something that actually matters.
Meanwhile, the
You guys
professor is
think you know
actually
what
like
OO is,
on
you don't
Reddit,
even know
like
what the
deep in the
concept is.
Reddit
Got him.
the subreddits, being like,
know
yeah,
what's about to happen
Primogen. He
I
knows
have
what
no
he's
idea
talking
what's
about.
because I haven't seen any
Advocating
original
for
content. This is
Prime.
the first time I've consumed any of this chain.
I have no idea what's happening here. This is the first one consuming the chain of consumption by the chain of consumption.
But you've written a lot of OO, so it's gonna be familiar.
I don't know
Deeply
what's
uncomfortable.
happening
Then we're gonna look
anytime.
at
I do love
this-
that Prime has to sweat because he doesn't always think while he's streaming, and then a lot
Yeah.
of people watch what he says afterwards, and so now he's thinking, oh no, like how
And he's getting
stupid.
pressed by someone knowledgeable about the subject, right? It's not just like a yes man in chat. It's like, let me actually process what you're saying here for a second.
Yeah, let's actually think about what you've said, Prime, for the
Yeah,
first
it's like,
time.
Hold up. Yeah, the first like, hold up for a second.
It's kind of bad blog, but it shows an interesting point. We're going to skip prototype-based stuff entirely, talk a little bit about this language called small talk.
So why'd you add it to
Small
your slide?
talk.
Did
You know,
you have to say
the funny
ignoring
part
He's saying that was what the thing was before this guy zoomerified.
Yeah.
I want to hear what Prime has to
is that every
say.
time I hear someone talk about small talk, it's almost universally pretty positive,
You know what small talk is?
which is
Yeah,
strange.
it's an older program.
Yeah, same. I don't know what small. Well, I just saw these like sick graphics of the Byte magazine with the small talk air balloon. It's what, like the basis of OOP. Basically, it was like one of the first object-oriented languages. Let's see if I match with what TJ is gonna say.
Programming language. It inspired it was an inspiration for lots of different object-oriented languages, particularly like Python. But the reason people talk about it nice is because nobody has to use it anymore. So like it's the same. It's the
True.
same. You know, it's
Okay, I
like
can
people
see
complain
that.
about languages that they use.
Yep.
That's
no one
true.
uses small talk community in shambles. I
Right.
bet you after
Actually,
this video channel, the small talk.
I would never complain about Go, so
Thing
I don't
about
know
it,
if I
which is-
agree.
I'm just having a hard time believing that. Small talk is
Okay.
the true OOP. Apparently, it is the
So I've talked about this a little bit. I need a good term for this, like a theoism for this particular
There's
phenomenon.
so
where, like,
much
the reason
happening.
React, the frameworks.
Oh, is
well,
Theo
add
gonna
more
say the
React
same
into
thing I
it.
just said?
The reason the React framework has so much less satisfaction per average user than a lot of these newer frameworks isn't
Is this video an hour long? Did you guys react to a 15-minute video with an hour of footage? Like, I'm 13 minutes in because I'm watching you at 2x speed.
just because Svelte is 10 times better than React. So it's
He's gonna
10
say what
more
I'm
likely
saying.
you'll enjoy
Yeah.
it. It's because
Nice.
the average person working with React didn't pick it. It's just what was being used
Ah,
already.
mhm,
Whereas
that's
the average
yeah.
person using Svelte, they picked it. They already
Oh,
are
I
biased
see.
towards it. That's why they're using it. When you are talking about smaller things that are part of like a niche community, the people who use it are biased towards it. That's why they're in that community.
Yeah,
So
this is the same reason that NeoVim always wins most loved editor. This is the same, like yeah, of course, like
It's a
duh,
community-
percentage-wise,
yeah.
like
Yeah,
why would you be
percentage-wise,
using it if you don't love it? That's like stupid. I tell people
Yeah,
all the
'cause
time.
you're choosing.
Yeah,
You're really
right.
making a choice to choose
We're
me
on
instead
this
of up and doing
same
all of it.
Right.
slide.
I tell people like if that's
Is
not fun,
this-
you should just
We're on the first slide for 15 minutes, TJ. Explain yourself.
not do it. That's totally fine. Doesn't make you a good or bad dev. It's just you have a different, like reason for using it, right? So I'm at least so far. Theo's in chat. So of course I agree 100%.
We
100%.
Yeah, we agree,
bad things about
we
Smalltalk Just because everyone using it likes it. Whereas we hear bad things about React every day because the average user isn't using it because they liked it. They're using it because it's what you use. So yeah, I need to
Yeah, we're being siloed into using shit technologies.
term for this. I don't have
Just
one.
kidding. React users, you just do what you want. Just know
But
you're
that's what
being influenced by society.
I'm expecting is happening here.
The only true Scotsman. How's the weather? Driven development, small talk. Yeah, because nobody is actually using it anymore. Okay, I mean that's fair. Fair. If you want modern small talk, it's like Pharaoh. I don't want modern small talk. Okay, it's like
That's like no one's using it. That's why I don't hear bad things about it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
I
okay.
guess.
Well, also of course developers don't want to use small talk. We hate talking to other people.
Oh, yeah.
That
Imagine
exists.
talking.
No one
Imagine
actually
talking.
speaks out loud.
That was
Probably
such a
never heard of it,
bad
but it's extremely
joke.
influential.
Stop.
So, with that said, welcome to Professor Reacts to
Oh,
Primogen
baby.
Reacts to
This is it.
Functional
This
Programming
guy's a
is not
genius.
better than OOP.
Teach, I'm gonna put some
No.
money down next year.
Viper's gonna have a aneurysm if we're not careful.
Let's go.
Viper?
Okay, this professor's pretty good. This professor's pretty good.
Right.
I never.
Ryan's like, he's good. He chose me.
Yeah, he's
out
awesome
here,
already.
just doing the Lord's work for me. All right, this might be a
Where
little bit low.
are
There's one more
we?
YouTube bar here too. we're so deep, boys. We're
How
so
deep
deep.
is
He had
this
no idea.
reaction?
I may have
If only
like
you knew
one
what you
with the
started,
okay,
Theo.
and then it might get really loud when the professor talks. Just ear warning. Okay, ear warning.
You can subscribe.
One of my most successful videos on this channel so far compares functional.
I have to turn him up a bit now too. God
Oh,
damn it.
me too. Man.
This is an interesting topic, and clearly not just to me. But there's more to this debate than we discussed in that episode. This
Oh,
is
should
one
we
of
make
the
ours go
most
1.25 here too? Here,
Yeah.
we'll make it go a little bit faster as well.
To be honest, seems a little weird to me.
I think I could have agreed with this.
Prime
take
expression's
not too
the
long
exact
ago.
same in both
Real
frames.
talk,
It literally looks like he took it on the same day. Like Prime uploaded
Yeah,
it.
literally.
The dude.
Same everything.
The dude just was like, this video came out 30 minutes ago. Here we go. And then Prime's like back at him in the same day.
Yeah.
Everything is at such high speed. Everyone's like a cartoon character.
They're just like
Clockwork.
tech Twitter drama to each other.
I really think I would be on the. This is,
Yeah, so we're currently talking about the debate between functional versus OO. Which one is better?
Functional is
I
better.
was like-
This isn't even an argument. I have multiple videos about this already, but
I didn't realize how deep this was. So this is a professor reacting to Prime. So Prime, okay, hold on. So Prime reacted to a video. The professor reacted to the video. Prime reacted to the professor reacting to his video. Theo reacted to this. Melky and TJ reacted to this. And then now I'm here.
looks like we're making another.
Primeagen is
Nice. Thanks, Theo.
a Netflix senior engineer. He's got
Even this guy does the Netflix, by the way.
Dude, this guy's a Primeagen fan. I don't know why he even tried to preface this with like, oh, my friend introduced me to Prime. No, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
You are tier 3. You're a tier 3. There's no way you're dropping these.
He's
Yeah, like,
tier 3,
he
yeah,
just casually
probably.
drops Netflix, by the way.
Yeah,
As-
Netflix, by the way. Netflix, by the way.
I just heard about him today. I just heard about him today.
Can you drop this on a UML?
Twitch?
Seriously.
2 decades of experience writing code. He's also like a Twitch streamer that, you know, is kind of funny. So,
Stop. Please, sir. This professor. Same thing to me this morning. He's like, this video was actually funny. And I was like, bro, what do you mean this one was actually funny? He's
I
like,
haven't seen
Yeah, sure
any
enough.
of
all
the
of them were
video.
funny.
And your girlfriend goes to a different school. Okay.
we got kind of funny, okay? I think I can put that on the shelf.
Okay, but he's not a true Primeagen viewer because he didn't say that guy has a beautiful wife and it's kind of funny. And good at video games.
feel
That would have been like, that's a tier 3. Tier 3 would have acknowledged the fact that he streams Fortnite.
like that is gonna work out. Oh man, in fact, that's turning into a tweet right there. And boom.
Oh God,
I
we're
have to make a
not
tweet
going
as
to
well.
Twitter. We're not going to Twitter with you, Prime. Jeez.
Stupid
Stuff
stuff.
though.
He's like, did I really say that?
Oh no, Helki, we got to be careful though, because we're reacting to some reactions.
JS, I've been like, reactive functional programming is so great, right? But I really don't even know what functional programming is at that point. Still don't even really know what it is. I'm just gonna
Nobody
be
knows
straight
what
up here.
functional programming
does
is.
anybody really know what functional programming is? You know,
Mother, don't try me.
Uh-oh.
Procedural programming is great.
Teach. It's
What
queuing
is
you up.
procedural
It's queuing
programming?
you up.
You can use.
Domain.
It's just. You
We're
can
not
use
doing no
functions. There you go.
video.
They describe the world.
All I know about procedural programming is that it's based. I know a bit, but it's one of those things that's hard to properly define, and I'm excited to see how 4 layers of other devs try to before I embarrass myself.
Okay, Melky, give us your definition of functional programming.
Literally, so the only way I am familiar with functional program is literally by what you and others have said about. Because I've never actually used a functional program for anything. Not
Nice.
For, work, not for
Pandoc,
side
by the way.
projects. I've only used
Haskell.
Python, Go,
Yep.
and
Basically,
and TypeScript, right?
everything's a function.
I
You
don't
get to
have, like, a
flex
strong opinion
monads.
on it. Like, I just know
There
I
is
work in,
no
like,
side
OOP.
effects,
Like, I don't
and
like the,
immutability
like, the
is
coupling
key.
From OOP.
Nothing
That's one of
gets
the things I
mutated,
really
so
like
there's no
about Go
weird,
and, like,
there's no
constructed
weirdness in your
interfaces.
program.
Yep.
And how it decouples that, right?
Yep.
And based on that experience, I think I would prefer functional programming over OOP because that's kind of the generic, grounds for it.
Yeah.
But beyond
It sounds nice in theory, but in reality, it makes you question everything in your life.
that scope, I really don't have much to offer because I haven't really written too much functional
It
programming.
breaks my
You know,
brain
that's
every
really
time I
nuanced
try
and bits.
and
I'm
do
wondering why you're
functional
saying it on the
programming.
internet. I thought we were just supposed to.
You're like,
Yeah.
damn, why did you do
This is the
what's
wrong
funny?
video. We're reacting to. So I think the thing that's kind of interesting about the debate now is that I think the lines have blurred a lot compared to 20 years ago because a lot of languages that were not considered like functional before have gained a lot of functional features. So it's it's quite like
Not all functional
functions as a
programming are
first class
focused on
citizen, like first class
immutability. So
value,
it's
like
just
being able to pass
functions.
functions around. That used to not be like a
Objects
common
don't
thing, and now
exist.
you'd be like,
Nothing exists
what do you
except
mean I can't pass a
functions.
function around? You just like think that it would be insane to have a language that doesn't have that. So I think that's part of the thing that makes it a little bit like complicated today to talk about it compared to other stuff. I would say
Right.
one of the things, at least in general, that I think is at least a functional idea
Frankenstein
is
languages.
that the main method of like building your program is a focus on like composition over inheritance, right? So that's sort of the main. If I only had to pick one thing, which it would be that the idea that you compose things together with functions rather than like inherit things from other ones, right? But
So by that definition, because okay, so I think it could be
The guy in the original video does look like he's in jail, like he's being held hostage to all of his reactions.
Google search. So
Yep.
like Golang is not a functional language, right?
Correct.
Just a definition of what it is. But based on your like forced definition there of inheritance, like would that classify Go as more of a functional language versus OOP, or where would Go into that definition?
yeah, so this is where it's like complicated because
Go is
Go
definitely
Blurry
not
line, right?
functional.
it's quite
Lines
it's
But
quite
you-
blurry. Go doesn't
Yeah.
feel very like functional language-esque,
You-
but I'm
I
not
mean,
really sure
no, there's
why.
composition,
The other
that's
thing I
it.
think is that lots of functional programming languages have this concept of basically like everything's an expression. Okay, so like in Go,
Like in your definition
Right.
of functional programming. So that's why I'm just
more pure
wanna
in the sense
listen
that you
to
have
Theo's
to say
definition
when
of
your function
functional
can have side
programming.
effects and other things like that. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, except that like OCaml has a real type system, so that part's helpful. So all right, anyways, we'll keep going.
Oh, okay,
While
we'll
loops are on
mention.
the line. That's fair.
It's
For
true.
loops, you're over. That's you're back in OOP. But a while loop, a condition can. I could be convinced either way. I also can't help.
That was me this morning solving advent of code. I was like, oh, I could be done with this in half the time if I used a for loop, but that's disgusting.
You're
So
doing
Don't
OCaml?
do it.
Oh, yeah.
Or-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I should have known.
of course.
Silly
But
question.
notice, it's such a small thing, and you can't see it when I have the video unpaused. You can a little bit. His playback bar rotates from over to under his microphone. There's some weird going on with the chroma key, and I can't unsee it.
Theo's so sad.
Is it like scripting pretty much?
How would you
No,
notice
it's different than that.
Theo's
You guys have all written
attention to
procedural code.
AV
I love
C,
config
C
is
is procedural.
something
It
else.
means you use a function.
Yeah.
A procedure
So
is called
good.
a function.
I love it.
If you wrote
Okay.
functions, you've done procedural code. He's
Nice,
using
we did it,
in
Melky.
a slightly different
I'm
sense in that
As I
everyone
said,
talks
Go
about
would probably be considered more like procedural, right? Because it doesn't have proper inheritance, right? You can embed certain things in certain behaviors, and like interfaces are effectively like duck typed or like, which is kind of more like composition because you don't have to explicitly declare that this thing implements that thing,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
And it has first class functions, so it's like it's definitely it's yeah.
No, I
so
don't
much
code on
shit
stream that
and
much
reaction content.
because I don't like coding in front of people. I like coding to solve problems, and then I come back and talk about the cool things I did with code. I'll do it.
Oh my
in a
goodness, we got to
moment.
put this guy on here. Oh man,
Blast them.
blast! We're putting him on blast. He literally said, "My brain is toasted." Got him.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. I don't know. This is a random chatter.
Entertaining the audience and finding
felt
the
like-
right real
I felt
code.
like we had to
You're
do one too,
compromising on
you
what's
know?
not bold in that process,
Aw.
and the only reason I stream is to make good videos for YouTube. I'd rather use code externally on my own as a way to make better content. So there's my one guy moment. I need to make sure my chair is sitting here while the
Congratulations,
video
one guy.
plays at some point, and I need to order some delivery food and
Oh.
loudly eat while I'm watching.
We could do that. You want to go?
That is true. It's like it is really hard to turn live coding into any form of reusable content like at all. That's part of why I'm trying this like different approach to the content. But yeah. I skipped all the context for the joke. Dude, that was like 10 minutes. That was 10 minutes ago. That was 10 minutes of footage that I skipped over and you didn't get to the joke. What do you mean? Sorry, I had some weird, awful background noise and I'm trying to figure out what it was. Okay, it's dinner time. Have fun with the rest of the video. If you finish, I think I got 35 minutes in. I think that's all you need. That was enough. That's enough. This is too layered. Like, I can't even. There's too much happening. There's too much happening. Anyway, we could look at the Elm architecture. Okay. Let's look at the Elm architecture for a minute here. Okay, an introduction to Elm. Oh, I gotta move myself back. Hold on. Let's fix this. Thing is, like, I'm trying to figure out how to make myself a good size where I'm not cutting off text too much, but then I'm big enough that I can zoom into my face if I need to for the edits. Okay, whatever. You gotta release this as a VOD now so we can keep the cycle going. I will. I'm gonna make videos out of the stuff from today. It'll be great. It'll be great. Okay, so Elm is a functional language that compiles to JavaScript, which means that we don't have to write JavaScript. So that's huge. That's what we were looking for. Okay, it helps you make websites and web apps. It has a strong emphasis on simplicity and quality tooling. Okay, simplicity and quality tooling sounds like Go. Love it. This guide will teach you the fundamentals of programming in Elm, show you how to make interactive apps with the Elm architecture, emphasize emphasize principles and patterns that generalize to programming in any language. By the end, I hope you will not only be able to create great web apps in Elm, but also understand the core ideas and patterns that make Elm nice to use. If you aren't wearing your sunglasses already, by the way, get them on. You should make your face cam portrait instead of landscape. I could. I had it portrait before. The only thing is it makes it harder for me to edit after. Because if I want to zoom in, can we zoom in? I can't read that. Is it too zoomed out now? Dark reader extension. I actually do have it. That might make it, it's on. Wait. Hello? Oh, interesting. Okay. Try that again. Now you guys don't need your sunglasses, okay? All right. By the end, I hope you'll not only be able to create great web apps in Elm, but also understand the ideas and patterns that make Elm nice to use. If you're on the fence, I can safely guarantee that if you give Elm a shot and actually make a project in it, you'll end up writing much better JavaScript code. I'm sure you will. The ideas transfer pretty easily. Okay, so here's a little program that lets you increment and decrement a number. Is that a decrement? Decrement. To their decrement. No, sorry, I'm confusing myself with the English language. That is quite the guarantee. Okay, import browser. Browser.sandbox. What the heck is a sandbox? Okay, interesting. Okay, import HTML, exposing HTML button, div, and content and text. Import HTML events, exposing onClick. Interesting. Okay. So main is browser sandbox. Init is 0. I'm assuming this is like this is the state. Update is update. View is view. So it's basically, it looks like it's saying like these are the, so this is the maybe state of the init, or there is no init. Oh, 0 means yeah. So there is no init function. So that just means like there is no initialization necessary. There's no entry point. The entry point is just update, I guess. This is up there. The update for the sandbox is the update function here, and the view function is the view field in the sandbox. Okay. Type message is either increment or decrement. Is it decrement even an English word? I don't know. You can aspire to writing better JavaScript. Yeah, seriously. Okay, and then in the update, you receive a message, you return a model, and in the case where the message is increment, you return the model +1. In the case where the message is a decrement, I can't say that word consistently. I don't know how to say it. Okay, wait, I gotta Google language this thing. Hold on. Let's get Google to tell us. Decrement. Okay. Decrement. Weird. Okay. So then view takes, does this take or return a model? I guess it returns a wouldn't it return HTML? Okay, view's kind of confusing me, but that's fine. It either takes or returns a model. I guess it would take the model. I don't fucking know. I got no idea. Anyway, so we have a div, and then I guess within that div, we have a button. On click, you decrement that button. The text is just a dash. Okay, so that's one element is the button. The next line is a new element, which is a div, and the content of that div is text, and the text within that is a string.fromInt of the model. So it's just whatever the count is at. Oh, I see. So when it initializes, it sets the model value to 0. So then you can increment and decrement the model. So the model is just a number in this case. Like it's just a number in this case. Okay. And then we have a button element. And whenever you click on that one, it's got the plus sign on the button and it increments. How long before she notices? Wait, what happened? Oh, screen. I was highlighting it and stuff too. Okay. I'll review it again very quickly. Okay. So we have a div that's getting declared. And I think this takes the model. All right. So the view takes the model, I guess returns some kind of div, returns nothing. I don't fucking know. I guess it prints it. I don't know. Anyway, so we get a div, and within the div, there's a button that has a minus sign on the button. And when you click that button, it decrements. So it passes is the on-click decrement. Decrement is the message that gets passed into the update. So you click it and it sends the decrement message, I suppose. Okay, and then after the button, there's also a div that contains some text, and the text is the current state of the model, because it looks like maybe the init is actually initializing the model to have a value of 0, and then when we're reacting to either the increment or decrement messages that we receive, it changes the state, like it changes the model to be a different number. So that's the div in the middle. It's just like the current state, and then there's another button where you can increment it, and that's it. That's the whole thing. And I still don't know if the view takes the model or returns the model. Okay, so why a functional language? You can get some benefits from programming in a functional style, but here are some things that you can only get from a functional language like Elm. And that's no runtime errors in practice. Oh, just you wait, baby. Friendly error messages. That's nice. Unlike Lua error messages. Reliable refactoring, automatically enforced semantic versioning for all Elm packages. No combination of JavaScript libraries can give you all of these guarantees. They come from the design of the language itself. And thanks to these guarantees, it's quite common for Elm programmers to say they never felt so confident while programming, confident to add features quickly, confident to refactor thousands of lines, but without the background anxiety that you missed something important. I have put a huge emphasis on making Elm easy to learn and use. So all I ask is that you give Elm a shot and see what you think. I hope you will be pleasantly surprised. Me too. I hope so too. I just don't want to write JavaScript, man. Elm errors are so cool and helpful. You literally learn with the compiler. Oh, that's sick. That's really good. Just you wait, Henry Higgins. Yeah, exactly. I can't imagine why this doesn't take off. Oh no, this looks much easier. Looks pretty good. I don't know, looks good. First square brackets is for attributes. The second is for content. Okay, that makes sense. It returns a div. So the div is also a function call that receives a list of, I also think I think Elm's error languages was its biggest positive influence on other languages. That's good. Let's just return to jQuery. Maybe. Okay, core language. Let's start by getting a feeling for Elm code. The goal here is to become familiar with values and functions so that you'll be more confident reading Elm code when we get into the larger examples later on. The smallest building block in Elm is called a value. That includes things like integers, booleans, and strings. Let's start by looking at numbers. It's 1 + 1 is 2. All the examples on this page are interactive, so click the black box. Oh, and the cursor should start taking. Wait, what? That's pretty sick. How did they do this? Is there like a print thing here? Oh. Those do not seem close. What is a sin? Huh? How do you add CSS in Elm? I think there's I think it's Elm UI or something like that. Does it have Vim mode though? I don't think so. Argsin. Wait, are you serious? Argsin function? Oh no. Not math. Keep it away. Type 2 + 2 and press enter key. It should print out 4 and you should be able to interact with any of the examples on this page the same way. That's actually sick. Try typing things in like more math and it should work just like a calculator. Surprisingly uncommon in most programs, much more common to work with strings like this. Okay. Try putting some strings together with the concatenation, which is oh, did we break? We broke it. Why is that taking you so long? I think this is gonna work for my blog. I haven't seen Elm in years. Really? Oh yeah, you're right. How do I make it stop? Endless string. Wow, these are really, dude, you get like docs every time that you make a mistake. That's pretty cool. No runtime errors. Nice. Huge W. That is really sick. I gotta admit, I'm enjoying these interactive examples. Okay, a function is a way to transform values, take in one value and produce another. For example, here's a greet function that takes in a name and says hello. Takes in a name, says hello. This looks way more readable than Haskell, but I miss Haskell. Okay, mad lib animal adjective. Okay, so now that the greetings are out of the way, how about a mad lib function that takes 2 arguments? How do you know if it's an argument or a return? Try giving 2 arguments to mad lib. I mean, I already saw how you did it here, so I'm not going to waste time typing. Notice how we use parentheses. Ooh. Parentheses to group butter and fly together. In the second example, each argument needs a primitive value like cat, or it needs parentheses. Oh, I see. So the parameters have to be, the arguments that get sent in have to be a primitive value. Strings are primitive. Okay, cool. Good to know. People coming from languages like JavaScript may be surprised that the functions look different here. Yeah. It's going to be surprising at first, but the style ends up using fewer parentheses and commas. It makes the language feel really clean and minimal once you get used to it. It does feel very minimal, that's for sure. This is the same syntax as Haskell. I know. It looks so familiar. When you want to have a conditional behavior in Elm, you use an if expression. Let's try to use a new greet function that is appropriately respectful to President Abraham Lincoln. Oh no. Okay, so the function is greet. You get a name. If the name is Abraham Lincoln, then greetings Mr. President. Otherwise, say hey. There's probably other cases to cover. That'll do for now. Lists. Lists are one of the most common data structures in Elm. They hold a sequence of related things similar to arrays. See, how do we declare them? So we do names equal to, and then, square. Are they square brackets? Braces are the curly whirlies, right? Square brackets. List, they have is empty, you have length, you have reverse, all those built-ins. That's cool. You got a lot of built-ins. That's pretty nice. Wait, list.map increment is increment. Oh, increment is a function that we defined. Okay, cool. That's pretty neat. Tuples are another useful data structure. A tuple can hold 2 or 3 values, and each value can have any type. A common use is that you need to return more than one value from a function. The following function gets a name and returns a message for the user. Okay, is good name. Takes a name. Oh, I see. There's no return type declared. Oh, like it doesn't, it just returns. There's no, it's not in the signature that it's going to return a thing. Okay, I see. Return is always the last one in the type declaration. I just call them quotes. Return is after the equals. I see. Okay, that's cool. What did I do differently? What did I do? What do you mean? I missed it. Here is a record that represents British economist John A. Hobson. Oh, this is like record. So record is it's like a dictionary or a map. Okay, cool. It's called a record. You can define a record with 3 fields containing information about John's name and age. Okay, the commas as the beginning of the new line is kind of making me cringe, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Try accessing other fields like John.age. .last John. Oh, wait, what is happening here? .last. Why isn't it John.last? Oh, it can be. Okay. So we defined a record with 3 fields containing information about John's name and age. You can also access the field records by using a field access function, which is .last. And then the field field name and then the record to do that on. Okay. It's often useful to update values in a record. Where are they updating it? Oh, here. I was like, what? Interesting. Okay, so you use a pipe. So you say, okay, here is the record pipe, and here is what I want to change. Interesting. If you wanted to say these expressions out loud, you'd say something like, I want a new version of John where his last name is Adams or John where his name is 22 or his age is 22. Interesting. That's weird to use dot last on John. Isn't it weird? I don't know why would I love the commas on the line start. Maybe for some people it makes it more legible. I find it offensive as well, Zero. I agree. The comma placement is offensive. Record is also in Go, right? In Go, it's map. Wait, is it map or struct? Oh my God, I don't even know right now. Okay, wait, map. I think it is map. Associative data type called hashes or dictionary. Yeah. It would be like, yeah, I would say it'd be like a map or it looks more like a struct. It's both. It's either a map or a struct, I guess. I do something similar with SQL select and where clauses. No need to read the job, just throw an exception. Yeah, that's interesting. That comma placement style comes from Haskell. Okay, well then it must be, they're doing it right then, obviously. If it's from Haskell, we will bow down to our overlord. All right. So I could not have my water bottle blocking me. That's fine. Okay, interesting. So a function to update ages might look like this. You go back to these. Okay, celebrate birthday. It takes a person. It returns a person record, question mark, I guess. Yeah, so function celebrate birthday John. Wait. So you update values. Notice that when we update some fields of John, we create a whole new record. It does not overwrite the existing one. Elm makes this efficient by sharing as much content as possible. If you update 1 of 10 fields, a new record will share the new record will share the 9 unchanged values. We'll share the 9 unchanged. Okay. To update ages would look like this. So it returns a new record every time. Is that what it's saying? The Elm architecture is a pattern for architecting interactive programs like web apps and games. I've definitely read this one already. The architecture seems to emerge naturally in Elm rather than someone inventing it. Early Elm programmers kept discovering the same basic patterns in their code, and it was kind of spooky to see people ending up with well-architected code without planning ahead. So the Elm architecture is easy in Elm, but is useful in any front-end project. In fact, projects like Redux have been inspired by the Elm architecture and Bubble Tea, so you may have seen derivatives of this pattern. Point is, you ultimately cannot use Elm at work yet. Oh, even if you cannot use Elm at work yet, you will get a lot out of using Elm and internalizing this pattern. Elm programs usually look something like this. Okay, so you write Elm, it returns HTML. HTML is what the user sees. When they interact with that, it creates a message that feeds back to your Elm program. Yes. What happens with the Elm program, though, it breaks down into 3 parts. You have the model, which is the state of the application, view, which is a way to turn your state into HTML, and update, which is a way to update your state based on messages. These 3 concepts are the core of the Elm architecture. The next few examples are going to show us how to use this pattern for user inputs like buttons and text fields. It will also make this much more concrete. Okay. The examples are all available using the online editor. Cool. This editor shows hints in the top left corner. Dude, this is actually crazy. That's sick. Be sure to try out the hints if you run into something confusing. Is Charm using that too? Yeah, so Bubble Tea is based on the Elm architecture. That's why it's like looking pretty familiar to me when I'm reading through this. Use somewhat friendly stream. I did start like 2.5 hours ago. But yeah, I guess it's like late night. Friday night for all my EU folk. You get to hang out with me. All right, buttons. Our first example is a counter that can be incremented and decremented. Decremented. That's what it said, right? I cannot deal with that word today. Yeah, I cannot. I included the full program below. Click on the blue edit button to mess with it in your online editor. Try changing the text on one of the buttons. Click the blue button now. I won't because you yelled at me. Okay. But so far this is pretty, like, it looks pretty familiar. Oh, interesting. Init. What is this? Is this like the signature? Like the definition? Yeah, this is the signature. And then the init function, it returns 0. Or it's like... So usually, well, at least in Bubble Tea, init gets called on program start, generally. And so when your program starts up, it's where you set the initial state of the application. So in this case, it looks like that's what's happening here, is init gets called and it sets the state of the model to be 0. Yeah, and then you've got the different message types for legibility and the update, which receives a message. I think does it receive a message and a model and then returns a model? I think so. That looks like the signature of like the Haskell functions. So I think it receives a message and a model and then does stuff like that. Okay. Now that you've poked around the code a little bit, you may have some questions like what is the main value doing, how the different parts fit together. Let's go through the code and talk about it. Main value is special in Elm. It describes what gets shown on the screen. In this case, we're going to initialize our application with the init value. Yeah. The view function is going to show everything on screen and user input is going to be fed into the update function. Think of this as a high-level description of our program. Data modeling is extremely important in Elm. The point of the model is to capture all the details about your application as data. To make a counter, we need to keep track of a number that's going up and down. This means our model is really small this time. Itty bitty. We just need to get an int. We just need an int value to track the current count so that we set that in our initial value. Okay, so I was right. Which makes sense. Okay, we have a model and how do we show it on the screen? So this returns HTML. Oh, I see. It says it. Well, okay, that's why. Because before we were just seeing the function itself and there was no function signature. That makes sense. Okay. Interesting. Okay. This function takes in the model as an argument. It outputs to HTML. So what we're saying, we want to show a decrement function button, the current count, and an increment button. Notice that we have an on-click handler for each button, and those are saying when someone clicks, generate a message. So the plus button is generating an increment message. What is that and where does it go? To the update function. This one we get already. We already went over that. Now that you saw all the parts of an Elm program, it might be easier to see how they all fit into the diagram that we saw earlier. Okay, Elm starts by rendering the initial value on the screen, and from there you enter this loop. You wait for user input, send a message to update, produce a new model, call view to get the new HTML and show the new HTML on the screen, and then repeat. Okay. Exercise. Add a button to reset the counter to 0. Add a reset variant to the message type. Add a reset branch to the update function, and add a button in the view. Okay, should we try that? We can try it. Oh my god, this is so small. Chat will not be able to see that. Can I move you? Okay, so we're supposed to be doing what now? A reset that sets it to 0. Okay, we got this. I don't know if they got Vim keybinds in this one. We'll have to deal with it. Okay. Reset. And then here, I guess this one. This would be, can I do that? And then on click, I'm gonna copy this. On click reset. Oh, ruh-roh. What's not expected? Oh, maybe if you want equal instead, check if two values are equal. I don't know how to like. Oh, I think I can. I think that I was supposed to use the pipe thing, right? Isn't that how I update things? What if I do that? Is it gonna build this time? No. Okay. What if I just return 0? Because it returns the model. So I think I can just return 0. Wait, that's so. Why are these? These are like the opposite like places I would think they would be. Oh yeah, sick. Okay. Yeah, because the model is just like an integer, and so you can just it returns the model every time. Cool. You cannot set model to 0. That would be a stateful statement. We are in a pure language. Pure and beautiful. Love that. Haskell for front end. For real. This feels nice. I like it. All right, text fields. We're going to create a simple app that reverses the contents of a text field. Okay, but you guys, I want to skip ahead and start building something. Hear me out. Okay. I want to see if somebody already has a blog using Elm. There's a discourse. Oh. Okay, so they have it on discourse. Someone left Zig said, I'm rewriting my personal website, although it still has the old ugly version. The one thing that I would like to do is self-host my blog. I had a blog on WordPress once. I do not want to self-host mine, but I want to use GitHub Pages, but I think it doesn't matter. I think I'll be able to still use it. After which I moved to Medium. I really like dislike the idea that Medium kind of owns my writing. That's true. Also, Medium, I don't like Medium. I don't like that they have a paywall. I like Elm, kinda. It's readable. Yeah, hold up now. It feels very familiar to me with the bubble tea, which is nice. This is going to be way easier than writing my blog in Haskell, my guys. I would die writing it in Haskell. All right. 2 questions. How do you host your blogs, and what are your reflections on that? And do you serve them through an Elm website or embedded in such a way? Okay. I use Elm Pages and host on Netlify, which is really easy to set up. Elm Pages does have a bit of a learning curve, but once you've got it, it's a joy to work with. Okay. Elm Pages. Oh, and four hearts. People like Elm Pages. All right. I'm hosting my blog on iReactive with Netlify and Elm Pages as well. The source code is public, but I haven't updated to the newest Elm Pages and would recommend starting with the Elm Pages starter repo. With Elm Pages, my site is 100% Elm, not really any other framework, but it does server-side rendering, which is great for blogs. Netlify is fine. I could even manage email form submissions over it for free in my usage amounts. I vastly prefer it over DigitalOcean, which I used before, because I have to do way less DevOps myself. Dude, Discourse is actually so freaking good as well for stuff like this. I miss forums. I think I tweeted about that at one point. I miss forums. It's like, there is so, I think I saw somebody that tweeted this, and they're like, there's so much knowledge being lost behind the walls of like closed Slack servers and Discord servers. Like, oh man, they're so right. They're so right. Forums are like they're almost universally helpful. They're so helpful. Reddit ruined the internet. Wait, why? What did Reddit do? If you're looking to do things for free, just like by killing other forums, like platforms that did forums. If you're looking to do things for free, another option is GitHub Actions, GitHub Pages, based. GitHub Pages will let you host your website for free. That's what I use right now, and I dig it. Which can work well for a lot of stuff. It's pretty easy to set up Actions/CI for Elm Pages or something similar. Okay, Medium does not own your writing at all. Only you do. Medium can delete and inactivate that content. Yeah, they own it. You're at their whim. I use Elm Static. Shameless plug. Okay, they wrote Elm Static. For Corvant.net, it's hosted on Netlify, which is free, and it was easy to set up. It's push to deploy, which is convenient. Another option is to use GitHub Pages. What is, okay, we can check out Elm Static. Dude, PHP forums for real. Killing other forums, then falling into disrepute themselves. Yeah, seriously. Before Reddit, it was all niche forums and smaller communities of people whom you get to know. That's true. That's true. Reddit is like, I think, you know how Elon said he wanted Twitter to be like the community square or whatever is that what it's called? The town square. The town square of the internet. I feel like the town square of the internet's Reddit. Public square or town square. Okay, cool. I'm feeling too young. I don't remember any forums. Well, like Stack Overflow would be a forum. Pretty much like anything where there's people going back and forth and it actually shows up on Google. Even so, like GitHub has GitHub discussions, but there's something missing there. It's like it doesn't show up on Google. There's something like it, and you have to kind of like dig to find it. Like there's just something that doesn't work there. I always find it very, it's really hard to have back and forth on GitHub discussions. Like I have to like look for it to reply to discussions. So I don't know what's missing about that, but yeah. Needs more SEO like that. And it's just, I don't know if you get notified when there's discussions or like I don't know what's different. There's something missing to it. I think also just I don't know how to put it into words. Something's missing from the UX though. Hello, Lumen. We are doing Elm. We're learning about Elm, and I want to make my blog in Elm. So I'm going to try and pull up some of these options. I'm going to open up Elm Static and the other Elm Pages. A statically typed site generator. From Markdown files. Oh, wait, that's sick. That's what I want, dude. I want to just be able to like write my blog post as like Markdown files and then have that into a website, into blogs. Elm Pages lets you pull in the data you need for your page. No loading spinners, no message, no update logic. Just define your data and use it in your view. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. Okay. Elmpages.com. I'll link it in the chat for you guys. Elm, you like to live dangerously. I like to avoid writing JavaScript, mostly. The Laravel docs are written in Markdown. Markdown's great. Okay. So, module, root, repo name, exposing data model message root. Okay. So it's saying that you can just add whatever files, APIs, CMS, anything, and L pages will let you pull in the data. Okay, so you have a root, which is a function that takes stateless root, root params, data, and action data as arguments. Okay, and the function, it calls a pre-render on root builder in which the head, I want to say like the head field, because this is a record, right? Right. This is a record, I think. So the head field in the record gets assigned to the head function. Where's the head? Oh, that page. Okay, I don't know where this information is coming from. I see it nowhere, so that's cool. But that's fine. Okay, root builder, build with no state, and that gets view is assigned to view. Oh wait, there's pages right here. There's data. Where's head? Anyway, okay, so I think it's just head missing. Where's head? Anyway, so these fields are assigned to these functions or defined as those functions. And so Okay, the pages, it takes in a backend task error and a is this a list function that takes a root params and then the argument is the result of that function? I think that's what that argument is. That's totally a bug in their docs. Is it really? Is it defined down below? Do I have to like... Yeah, head is like, I don't see it. Unless... Oh, it's... Wait, well, it's defined in like the slug... What the heck is slug.elm? I see. Okay. That's SEO. Oh, I see. Okay, sure. So they just broke it up so that it's a little bit more like readable. That's cool that you can optimize for SEO as well. That's pretty sick. Okay, the pages is a backend task error and you get, I think the result of this function call is also an argument. I don't fucking know. Pages, backend task.succeed. You get name. The name is Elm pages. Data, root params, backend task. Wait, oh, the arrow. Wait, what? Why does this one not have an arrow? Is this all one thing? I don't know. I don't know how to read Elm yet, apparently. I don't know what this does either. So I might have to go back. Maybe even over my head. Maybe. A little in over my head, potentially. Okay. Combine data from multiple sources. Wherever the data comes from, you can transform backend tasks and combine multiple backend tasks using the full power of Elm's type system. Combine data from different sources. Globs. Dude, this is pretty cool. Although reading this, I'm like, okay, we should go back to the tutorial. We should go back to the tutorial. Right, pizza. Go and Temple should be a great choice to build the blog. Yeah, but I want to try something that's not Go. I just want to try something new. It returns, not takes. What, within the brackets? Oh, it's all one thing. It's a return type. That's just specified single return type. Okay, I don't know what the different, like, but wouldn't there usually be a, where is it? Isn't this usually the return type? Is like whatever's at the end of the arrows. But then I guess if there's no parameters, like this would be the return type, the backend task, fatal error, blah, blah, blah. Takes a string, goes there. If it had more parameters, they would just be like more arrows. I think. So you're saying these are the return types. Backend task, equal backend task, not 16. And this one's a return type. And it also takes. Oh, I see what you mean. It's because like, okay. So this data function, it's got the root params as an argument. It's also got backend task as the return, as the thing that gets returned. And you can tell that this is the argument because it is defined when you actually look at the function definition. Versus these ones, you can assume that this is the return type because when you look at the actual function definition, there is no, there's nothing provided here that gets used. Okay, that makes sense. Gotcha. I gotta go to sleep. It's almost midnight. I'll watch the VOD tomorrow. Oh, gee. Thanks for hanging out, Oetzi. I hope you have a good night. Okay, this is interesting. All right. Make sure your site previews look polished with type-safe SEO API. Elm Pages build pre-renders HTML for your pages, and your SEO tags get access to the page's backend tasks. That's pretty sick. I'm excited. This looks really cool. Okay, full stack Elm with server rendered routes. You can seamlessly pull in user-specific data from your backend and hydrate it. Nice. Hydra homies. Rise up. Into a dynamic Elm application. No API layer required. You can access incoming HTTP requests from your server rendered routes and even use the session API to manage key value pairs through signed cookies. I need to look away from the screen for a sec. Okay, you guys, we should actually probably take 5 or something and all get look away from our screens for a bit. My eyes are I can feel them starting to get strained. So I'm going to take 5, take a little 5-minute break. I'll see you guys back here at 3 o'clock. 5 minutes. Are you guys excited though? I'm excited about the Elm. I'm stoked. This is going to be sick. Elementary programming. It's elementary, my dear Watson. That's really good. On Pages is weirdly complicated. Really? It looks pretty good. We'll see. It looks like there's a lot of functionality they may or may not use, but I don't think that I'll know if it's too complicated, like if it's overkill, until I try. So, that's kind of sick. Dude, am I gonna be like a web developer? No, I'm just kidding. But like, it is cool that if I do have to build a web app, that there's a cool, fun way that I can do that. That is exciting to me. Okay, I'm actually the worst at taking breaks. I will be back. You guys should also take a break from the screen if you want to give your eyes a break. Okay. Bye. I just looked at the time. I realized I think I took a 15-minute break instead of a 5. Anyway, that's fine. No, it's fine. I just needed to rest my eyes for a bit because I'm doing a lot of like reading and staring at the screen. And I was starting, like, my eyes were starting to feel a bit strained. So I'm trying to be responsible. Okay. So we're learning Elm. And I'm realizing looking at the Elm pages that I don't know. I don't know if I know enough about Elm to get it working yet. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess we could try reading the getting started and like see how we do. Okay. Use a fresh Elm pages project with the init command. If it's overwhelming, I'll go back to the introduction to Elm. It'll be fine. Okay. Create a fresh Elm pages project with the init command. You do wait, why is it oh, I guess I gotta use npm. It's fine. npx Elm pages init my project. Okay, and then you can go into my project, npm install Elm pages dev. This creates a new project in my project and starts the dev server. You can then add new routes using the CLI commands below. Lambdera. Elm pages scripts can run with the Elm compiler if the Lambdera compiler isn't installed. However, builds and the dev server require the Lambdera compiler to be installed. You can install Lambdera with these instructions. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to do that. Hold on. But I won't do it right now. I won't do it right now. Let's just read through it first. I'm so bad at like jumping into things right away, as you guys know. Okay. Sometimes Lambdera will give compiler errors due to the corrupted dependency cache. These messages will display a note at the bottom. Problem building dependencies. Note that sometimes Lambdera reset can fix this problem by rebuilding the caches, so give that a try first. Okay, cool. Use Lambdera reset to reset the caches for these cases. Sick. Elm pages dev starts the Elm pages dev server. Elm pages run add root slide number. Generate scaffolding for the new page module. Learn about running scripts and modifying the scaffold script in the scaffolding section. Elm pages build generates a full production build in the dist folder. You want to use a CDN service like Netlify or Vercel to deploy these generated static files. I want to figure out how to use it with GitHub pages to do that, so that's fine. We'll figure that out too. All right, let me write down some of these things that I need to do to make this work. All right. I've been using pen and paper as kind of, again, trying to minimize my screens. Also, it's nice having everything chaotically in one place. Okay. So I need Elm pages. I need to install compiler. Probably get the LSP installed for NeoVim. Also, yes, I keep going back and forth between NeoVim and Emacs. I haven't touched Emacs in a while. I've been using NeoVim for a bit. I haven't been using org mode. I just ended up moving most things to Trello for project management, so we'll see. But it was really good for like taking notes on like dev tasks and stuff like that. Control F paper. Yeah, it's true. Anything that actually needs to be searchable, I'll put like, I basically just scribble into the notebook, and then I'll transfer things that actually need to be like, I don't know, easy to find. I'll put in another, I'll put in like my thing on my computer. Okay, install compiler, install the LSP, figure out. I want to look at how to host it on GitHub pages first, because I'd rather not pay to host my website, because I don't do that. I mean, I guess if I'm doing more with it, then maybe, but like, I like free stuff. Figure out how to host on GitHub pages with Elm pages, like make sure it's compatible basically. What else do I need to do? File structure. Is that like, is this where I need to start? What is Elm Pages? Okay. It's a framework for building an Elm single page app that is seamlessly to interface with data from an Elm backend. Is a superset of a vanilla Elm app. So you get the Elm architecture. I feel like it might be even helpful to just like probably read a blog post on how to do it and then tweak it. Like a tutorial. I don't know if I kind of want to build it fast. So it's nice to use people's other knowledge for that. Jay here, thank you so much for the 6 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Anyone who got the gifted sub, congrats. You are a winner. Proud of you. Anyone else, you can still sit here. It's fine. Rurs, thank you for the Prime sub, by the way, an hour ago. I'm a really good streamer. What can I say? Really good at acknowledging all the subs. Yeah, enjoy the emotes. I hope you guys enjoy them. Okay. Elm Pages, Elm. Oh yeah, I wanted to find a blog using Elm. What is Elm Pages? Elm Pages blog. A blog made with Elm Pages. Okay, sick. Any parts? This is my blog built with Elm Pages. The site is live at Brian. Oh, sick. Nice. Okay. It's basic, but it's what we want. We want a blog where you can click on blog articles, blog posts. Sick. Okay, this is the source code. I wonder. Video post. Actually, maybe I should do I'll go to the main.elm and see what's in here. I think he's also using Elm UI for the background color, categories. Okay, there's a bunch of manifest. Just the config pages. Markdown document, extension string, JSON, decode, decoder, metadata. String, result, string. I actually really want to see this like markdown document thing. Metadata.decoder. I would love to see that in action. Where is that being used? Markdown document. Am I not signed in? How did it not? What do you mean? How did it not match any of the code? Sign in to search code on Git. Oh, you're so annoying. So annoying. Okay, whatever. Anyway, we know it exists. We might as well, I guess, just keep working through this Elm language docs, but like this is going to take so long. Whatever. We can read it. We can read it. We got 40 minutes. We can do it. Okay. But it's kind of boring. I think I'd rather read this on my own and like let's watch something kind of interesting. Let's watch this. Okay. Marker for myself. Where am I typing? There you go. Another video. Okay. Easier to use code in the web, just press dot. Oh. So I start going down the rabbit hole, Terraform, LS, Tflint, etc. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. So this one I thought was interesting, but only a couple of the time codes were interesting to me. I think the programming language rankings I don't care about. What happened, I guess, is an outline and what changed. So I think we'll start at 2 minutes.
All these languages that were sort of proudly dynamic and sort of focused on dynamic typing ended up getting static type systems. And why is it that statically typed languages are there's so many more popular statically typed languages than it feels like there used to be? So to answer this question, I'm going to break this down into a couple of different parts. So first, I'm going to talk about what made dynamic typing get big in the first place. Second of all, what changed? And third, what does this mean for the future? So let's start with this question of what.
Let me start with my take on this. I like statically typed languages personally. I think it's really nice when you're told what to expect from this function without having to read any of what the function does. Like, I like when the signature is there and tells me all the information that I need to know in order to use that thing. So that's my take on it going into this. Okay.
What made dynamic typing get big in the first place? So I'm going to look at this sort of timeline of programming languages that were mainstream at some point. This is not to say that they were necessarily mainstream today, but at some point in their history, they were or have been mainstream programming languages. So first, I'm going to look through this sort of 1950 to 1990s period, and I'm going to break these down again by languages that do and don't have static typing to them. So early on, we see stuff like assembly and basic and Prolog. These are, I say no static typing because like assembly is not a dynamically typed language. Assembly has no typing whatsoever. But basic and Prolog were dynamically typed, MATLAB. And then we see this sort of big cluster over here in the 1990s. Perl, Lua, R, Bash, Python, JavaScript, Ruby, PHP. Actually, 1995 right here, it was this sort of banner year for programming languages that went on to become mainstream. JavaScript, Ruby, PHP, Java, and Delphi. Okay, Delphi not so much anymore, but all of these came out in the year 1995. It's pretty impressive. And on the static typing side, we see this sort of like, sort of plodding along every few years. There's a statically typed language that at some point goes on to become mainstream, but we don't really see the same big cluster like we do in the 1990s of these dynamically typed languages that went on to become quite popular.
True.
So I think that there's no coincidence here that the web sort of came out and became big in the 1990s. So this is an example of a website that might have come out in 1995. There's probably no CSS here because CSS didn't come out until 1996. If there was any JavaScript, it would have been very minimal because JavaScript just came out in 1995. And so most of the sort of programming logic that would have gone into this would have been for this hit.
I like sites better before we had a CSS. Nowadays, I love seeing just like a good old, just no CSS, just HTML website. I immediately think they know what they're talking about.
Counter right here. This is like the number of visitors coming to the website.
Backend developer confirmed.
Most likely in Perl, but also maybe in PHP, depending on like when in 95 this was. Another thing that people were doing with the sort of the early days of the web was stuff like this. So this is the old school Amazon.com books back when they sold books. And this again would be, it was like an early days website. Now keep in mind that until 1993, when the Mosaic browser came out, which was the first like graphical web browser, none of this stuff really was possible. The earliest browsers like prior to 1993 were all text-based, and the web didn't really start taking off until Mosaic and sort of graphical browsers became a thing. So one thing that these sort of early commercial uses of the web and early personal uses of the web, these personal homepages, had in common is that they really valued shipping fast. Like you can imagine if you're making your own personal website, it's a thing you're doing for fun. You don't really want to sit around and just like, make something that's like really robust and maintainable. It's more about just like, let me look at this thing, right? This is something you want to just kind of put together and just put out there just for fun. And similarly, if you're building an early web business, there's this really strong incentive to ship fast because it's sort of a gold rush mentality. There's a lot of competitors. It's this very early sort of pioneering space, and everybody wants to get stuff out the door as fast as possible. So whether or not that's a good thing is up for debate, but
wait, so when you guys are working on personal projects, are you trying to improve the quality of your code, or are you just trying to build something that works? Because I feel like I'm always trying to improve the quality of my code because I'm just, I guess, in that stage in my career right now, in my journey, that I'm trying to like apply what I'm learning to the code that I'm writing. But like, do some people not do that? Well, because it sounds like he's like this is why dynamic typing became popular, is because if people were working on their own projects, they just wanted to like ship it. That's so interesting. I like never occurred to me that people would like not like they might just want dynamic typing because like they can write it once, they not really have to think about it. Like they're the only ones that have to maintain it. Yeah, dynamic is great for fast prototyping. Well, totally. But so like I'm always like oh, I like static typing because it's more maintainable and like readability basically. It did not occur to me that other people might actually just be building side projects just to like build something that works and not just like actually to write good, nice code. Because isn't that what we're always like fighting for as developers? Like, oh, I wish I had more time to make this code like nicer quality, you know? And like, oh, my bosses keep like rushing me to like ship it. And now we're getting into like technical debt. So I feel like when it comes to personal projects now, I feel like so many people are like, oh, I get to actually like enjoy the art of writing this code, you know? I'm taking a break from working. It's fun to make side projects. I have my own build system in 500 lines of Python that I actually like using. Nice. Personal projects, I spend way more time to make it perfect than on a work project. Yeah, right? Because you like scope creep isn't a thing. Like just whatever you want goes. I usually try to make it work, then make it beautiful and clean. But then are you trying to make it work just with whatever? Because I'm thinking that this is actually influencing your choice in like tooling, right? If you want something that you can just build something really quick and it just works, then you would probably pick a language that allows you to do that quite simply versus, I don't know, something that is more like builds more robust software, but is like a lot more work to work with. I guess it just depends on your goals. Like, I guess that's part of what I like about Go is that I can read other people's code in open source, and it's easy to like contribute. It's easy to learn from, all of that. But like, I haven't touched Rust because it is such a lift to get something usable going. So maybe I'm kind of who he's relating to right now. Maybe I'm the problem. No. I can't just ship it, bro. I need patterns in design. I'm reading the book Design Patterns, and I'm excited to learn from it and share the learnings. That'll be cool. Am I the drama? Am I the drama that's being talked about right now? Quick is relative though, like what language that person is comfortable with. That's true. Interesting. Okay, food for thought.
Certainly it's the case that there was a very strong interest in shipping fast in both of these very common early web use cases. And if you look at these programming languages of the era, again, we're not talking about, what sort of static and dynamic languages have to be, but rather just looking at the specific languages that were available at the time, well, we can see that like, okay, if you want to ship fast and you want a fast feedback loop, which helps you with shipping fast and prototyping and stuff like that, I mean, really, the dynamic languages have all the advantages here because
I agree. More time spent reading code than writing, so it must be easy to read, not write. I totally agree with that. I love legibility for code. That's also part of why I like static typing.
They don't have this lengthy compile step. They're really good at giving you fast feedback because you make a change, you hit save, and you just refresh your page, and the change is right there immediately. There's no build step. Similarly, they also had this concise syntax, which helps you write your code faster. Again, comparing the languages above the line to the ones below the line, all of these tended to have more concise syntaxes. Not to mention, they had relevant syntax sugar, especially with regards to string interpolation, or in the case of PHP, literally HTML templates. There was a lot of string concatenation going on because you were building up these sort of dynamic chunks of HTML on the fly, and so having something like string interpolation, or especially HTML templating, was a big deal in terms of being able to get stuff out the door faster. Now, on the statically typed side, yes, there were upsides, but how relevant were they if your goal was and your mentality was, let's ship as fast as possible? Like, okay, yes, these languages could potentially run faster than the dynamically typed ones, but was that big of a deal? You had these IDE features. Was that big of a deal? And you were able to surface errors sooner. Was that big of a deal?
I think my favorite thing about statically typed languages is that the compiler gets to babysit me and tell me that my code sucks, and I get to fix it before I run the code.
So in terms of running faster, well, keep in mind, at the time, this is the 1990s, people were connecting to websites using dial-up modems. This is like a 28K modem. This would take a long time to download, any kind of web page. You would basically be sitting there watching the pixels come in, in real time. It was not this sort of instantaneous loading that we got later as connections got faster. So yeah, if you're able to save a couple, tens or maybe even hundreds of milliseconds on the server because you're using a faster programming language, that's not nothing, but is it even noticeable when the end user is sitting there waiting literally multiple whole seconds for the page to load? Not really. It's just not going to be noticeable. And okay, as far as IDE features go, yes, those are relevant. Those can be nice, but keep in mind that IDE IDEs back then were not the way that they were today. Back then, IDEs were something like this. You had to pay for them. So that was always a trade-off you had to consider. Did you want to actually shell out for this IDE? And they definitely ran a lot slower than modern IDEs, in large part because, again, the machines at the time were sort of like 100-ish megahertz single core processors, which means that all of those autocomplete and things like that features were competing with the render pipeline, which means that everything felt kind of laggy while it was doing this compilation and indexing and looking up your types and stuff like that. That was time that was not spent rendering the screen. So I remember very distinctly that there was a lot of times when you'd press a key on the keyboard and you'd have to wait for the character to appear on the screen because it was lagging, waiting to do some sort of background processing. So again, if you're trying to ship fast, having a laggy feeling IDE is not great. And finally, yes, they could surface errors sooner. They could tell you about problems at sort of build time rather than at compile time. But again, at what cost? There's a reason that this XKCD comes up in so many programming language talks, because it's a common experience. People just waiting for a compiler to finish doing its job. When you're trying to ship fast, sitting around waiting for your code to compile is not great. It really works against that. So especially this becomes true, and an even bigger downside when you're like, not only are you paying for your IDE, but you had to pay for compilers in a lot of cases back then. So yeah, I mean, if I'm thinking, do I want to pay money to be able to sit around and wait for my code to compile when I could be just instantly hitting refresh and watching my code changes appear in something like Perl or Python or PHP? It's not a great comparison. Okay, so looking at all these things, we can kind of see why the dynamically typed languages were more popular for the use cases of the early web. So this led to sort of the rise of the LAMP stack. This is Linux, Apache, MySQL, and the P was sort of overloaded to be PHP, Perl, or Python. And then in 2005, when Rails came out, Ruby sort of joined that group and became another big sort of part of the LAMP stack. All of these things just became really popular. And then, of course, as web use cases got more and more popular, these languages got popular with them.
mentioned, by the way.
So, oh yeah, and of course, they didn't cost any money. So this is one of the big selling points of the LAMP stack was that all of these technologies were free, and free is in dollars. So sort of to put these things together, the popular 1990s era dynamic languages had better
We're on 2x features. This guy just moving. It's sped up. It's sped up.
trade-offs for early web use cases than that era's popular statically typed languages. The web exploded in popularity, so those languages did too. To me, this is the explanation for why dynamic typing got big in the first place. They were good for web use cases, and the web was huge. Okay, so let's sort of extend out our timeline a little bit and not stop at 1995 and keep it going and just see what happened after that. After the web got big and became more established, what did we see in terms of sort of new languages and their relative adoptions? So on the dynamically typed side, there's actually only 2 languages that ended up making RedMonk's like top 20 most popular programming languages at any point, which are PowerShell, which is basically used exclusively for Windows shell scripting, and CoffeeScript, which was at some point a popular language because it sort of added syntactic conveniences to JavaScript, but then JavaScript itself adopted enough of those conveniences that CoffeeScript sort of declined in popularity, and today it's not a very popular language at all anymore. On the dynamically typed language side, that's kind of it. So what about on the statically typed language side? Wow, C#, ActionScript, Go, Rust, Dart, Kotlin, TypeScript, and Swift. Whew, that's quite a different story in terms of at least in terms of like a variety of different languages that have come out and become mainstream at some point. In fact, you can almost see kind of a similar cluster in the like 2010-ish spot to what we saw in the 1990s in terms of this like explosion of popularity of different dynamically typed languages.
He's on to something.
So that was what made dynamically typed languages get big. Now let's talk about what changed. So my view of static typing, let's say 10 or so years ago, was the following.
Spill the tea.
Lots of ceremony. This is just what it means to have a statically typed language. You're going to deal with a whole bunch of ceremony. They're not all that helpful. And also, they have slow feedback loops. So let's say that these were true, or at least this is my perception of them. A reasonable question to ask is like, it's been a decade. How have these changed since I, had that impression over the past 10 years? So let's start with my view that static typing has lots of ceremony. Here is some JavaScript code. This is I've used the old JavaScript logo. This is like the original one to represent the fact that we're using sort of old school JavaScript syntax with function and bar.
Dude, JavaScript is crazy. That's so funny that was their original that was their original logo. Like they did just piggyback off of Java. Like I didn't for a while there. Like I didn't get why JavaScript and Java were so people would confuse them so much. But like I get it, dude. This guy mentioning how JavaScript just like piggybacked off the Java hype that's so crazy. That's so funny.
And stuff like that. I'm going to upgrade it to modern JavaScript syntax a little bit later on, but
let's
start with this.
This is why everyone's
confused.
This
is a sort of contrived example, but I'm going to use it to
later.
illustrate a few different points. Basically, it's just saying it's a function called decode, takes in some raw JSON, parses the JSON, checks to see if the answer was an object. If it's not, then we're going to return JSON decoding failed. If the answer.admin is true, then we're going to return this little anonymous object with a display name that's answer.name plus and then parentheses admin. So basically saying if this is an admin, the display name is going to have the word admin after it. And then also we're going to return was it empty, which returns whether the answer's name was originally empty. Otherwise, we're going to basically just return display name as answer.name without the admin suffix, and then was empty is the same calculation. This is not extremely useful code. It just I put it together as something that fits on a slide and I can use to illustrate some points later on. So this is the type of code when I first started writing JavaScript that I might have written to do something like this in this like early, old school JavaScript style. Here's what I would have written the equivalent code in Java. And again, I'm using the old school Java logo to represent the fact that I have not been a professional Java developer in more than a decade. So I'm not saying this is how people do it today.
This
Maybe
is
there's
the
a more
code,
concise way
bro. These are like that's one pixel on my screen. Like I cannot see what that says for the life of me. What do you mean? It fits on the slide? I don't think it does. Also, why is this so zoomed out? Like
do it today, but in the time period that we're talking about, now
I think more conferences, more presenters need to figure out how to use OBS virtual cameras. I'm sure, like Richard, this is nothing against Richard Feldman. I am loving all of his talks. I should teach him how to use an OBS virtual camera. Geez, my man, I cannot see what your text says for the life of me. I need glasses.
I would have written it, but if I hadn't written it this way, I would have gotten a code review at work and someone would have said, no, you need to write it this way. Whew. Okay, so there's a lot more going on here, a lot more ceremony. Let's talk about what it's doing. So up here we have this answer class, this gigantic thing over here. Basically, the whole point of this is to be an.
Okay, so his whole point is just like all this code that you can't see, that big chonker on the left. Don't worry about it. That's just the class. That's just the class because it's Java. Everything is so verbose. There's so much ceremony. He's right. Okay. True.
Object with two fields, which we just use an anonymous object literal for in JavaScript. The was
He's
empty and display name. But in Java, at least at the time, it was not normal to just have something like that as the return value for your function. You would always have to have a constructor. You'd always have to have getters and setters for all these fields, and also an equals and a hash code implementation. This is standard at multiple different jobs that I worked for, is that you would have all of these things for any kind of thing that you were returning from a method like this.
Classic Java code.
As far as JSON decoding goes, so this is what we have as sort of our schema to define what the shape of the JSON is going to be. We use the term POJO for this, and POJO stands for plain old Java object. And the reason we had a word for that was that it was so normal to do things in this way that we had a separate word that we would use to describe not doing all that ceremony, because this was the unusual case. When you were, you didn't want all that ceremony, you were opting out of it. We had a word for that, which was POJO. And then finally, we have the sort of actual business logic. And somehow, even despite all of that sort of ceremony of setting up all the surrounding stuff, this still manages to be larger than the original JavaScript one, not by much, but which was just all of that stuff right in here with none of the surrounding ceremony. So, I mean, looking at these two side by side, you can kind of see why my, sort of generalization of this is like, okay, static typing is lots of ceremony. Dynamic typing is not a lot of ceremony. Now, I had experience with other statically typed languages than Java, like C and C++.
Yeah, static typing's not getting a good rep when it's Java is the representative. Also, like, oh my God, this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me right now. Also, Kevin, I know, right? This is why I'm trying to do this weekly. We're going to watch like conference talks. We're going to learn a bunch of stuff. And then I'm going to be able to like do something useful with that knowledge, build cool stuff, and make it a little less, not a little easier on stream where we get to just like chill and chat, it's cool. And people don't get mad that I'm not coding. Also, thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I feel, okay. Hold on, separate tangent here for a sec. Separate tangent, okay? I feel like a lot of people put too much emphasis on their output without giving themselves enough credit that like you need to balance that output with enough input to be able to create quality output. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So like, sure, it's awesome to be able to like see people coding, to be able to like code, build something, but like, dude, your code's gonna look like shit if you have not read enough about writing nice code or like read enough of other people's nice code to be able to like reflect on that and process that into code. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's just like it's shallow outputs, and it's not like you're missing out on so much by not allowing yourself enough time to like actually study things and like learn stuff and then do something with that. Like you need those inputs, you need that inspiration, I think. That's my take. That's my little side tangent. That's all I have to say. Okay, back to static typing.
But not that much, and not that many different languages. So, I was maybe painting with a little bit too much of a broad brush there, saying like, okay, this is what everything is like. I mean, I wasn't doing all these getters and setters if I was writing C code, for example.
True.
But in general, there always seemed to be some amount of more ceremony on the statically typed side than on the dynamically typed side, even if it wasn't this dramatic. one of the most sort of successful rebellions against this level of ceremony has been Ruby on Rails. If you've never seen this this talk, How to Build a Blog Engine in 15 Minutes with Ruby on Rails, I highly recommend watching it. It's still, I think, relevant today, and it's historically one of the most, arguably the most successful pitch for any programming technology in history. Prior to this talk coming out, Ruby was a language that was primarily used in Japan and was just sort of barely starting to get used outside of Japan and becoming a little bit popular outside of Japan.
That's so sick.
After this talk, Ruby on Rails became this huge thing, and Rails sort of rocketed Ruby's popularity up into the top 10 most popular programming languages in the world. Highly recommend watching it. And if you watch this talk, you'll see this is a complete rejection of all of that ceremony. It's about how to get up and running fast, how to use your tools to get stuff done really, really fast, ship fast, prototype fast, make changes fast, fast feedback loops, fast, minimal ceremony. And it was very successful. This appealed to a lot of people who, in a lot of cases, were fed up specifically with Java and all the ceremony that was required to sort of get things done in it. Okay, so let's go back to this JavaScript example. I'm going to upgrade this now to modern JavaScript. So a couple of things are going to change here. We're going to go from function up here to const. We're going to go from var again to const, and then we're going to change this to use string interpolation here. But that's about it. So not too much. Oh yeah, and then going to an arrow function here. Okay, so here's our modern JavaScript version of this. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from modern JavaScript syntax here. This is a dynamically typed JavaScript, and now I'm going to convert it to statically typed TypeScript. I don't know, you may have blinked and missed that, but all I did here was we added colon string here, and now dynamically typed, statically typed, dynamically typed, statically typed. So slightly smaller delta than between the old dynamically typed and statically typed delta that we saw between Java and JavaScript. We could make this type a little bit longer, like we could, this is just specifying the argument type. I could also specify the return type, but that again just adds like one line right here. Really not that big of a difference compared to the amount of ceremony that we had to do to get static typing going from JavaScript to Java. Okay, so now if I go back to my sort of mental model of like, this is what static typing is, and this is what dynamic typing is, well, okay, but what if we're talking about this type of static typing? Now we're saying like, well, hang on, this is static typing and this is static typing. One of these things is not like the other one. Obviously, there's more to it than I had originally thought. Now, to be fair, there are some advantages to the Java implementation here. I'm not saying that these are totally equivalent and you're not getting anything out of all this extra ceremony. For example, the Java version has a nice equals and hash code implementation. So the following code in both TypeScript and JavaScript returns false. So if I say an anonymous object with x is 1, y is 2, and I set double equals x is 1, y is 2, this will return false in either JavaScript or in TypeScript because it's doing a reference equality check rather than actually going through the fields and checking to see if they're equal to one another. But of course, that's kind of what you generally want by default. And so in Java, it was sort of standard for us to implement an equals method that basically did this. And in fact, it was so common that our IDEs would usually generate that for us. There was a lot of IDEs generating stuff in my career with Java, not just equals and hash code implementations, but also like all these getters and setters. So it's not like I was writing all those out by hand, but it was still all that code, sitting on my screen and potentially needing to be audited or kept up to date. So these nice equals and hash code implementations were genuinely a benefit. Like equals sort of felt like it worked better in Java than it did in JavaScript or in TypeScript because of this. Also, it did early JSON validation instead of crashing later. So as an example of the difference here, let's say I have this answer.name.length, which is a little bit of code that comes up right down here. If in the TypeScript version, I get some JSON where this does not come back as properly formed JSON, this is going to actually crash at runtime. It'll give me an answer like this: uncaught type error, cannot read properties of undefined, reading length. So this is, for example, if answer.name doesn't come back as being present, like the JSON is just missing that name field, the TypeScript code is going to happily proceed until it gets to this line of code, at which point it's going to crash. In contrast, in the Java version, because I actually specified this schema, my Pojo back there, saying that I expected there to be a name field, this would actually fail early, right at the decoding step. It would say, hey, your JSON is missing this field, and I would get that nice error early on, rather than having it sort of crash in a distant part from where the actual problem was. So again, this is a legit advantage of the Java implementation, even though it has to be quite a bit longer to get it. And finally, I found that getters and setters have been really helpful to me. Okay, I can't do this. Getters and setters, I regret all the time I spent, even telling my IDE to generate getters and setters. They have absolutely not paid for themselves, and I am so glad that I don't work in programming languages where that's a cultural norm anymore. Wow, do I regret all the time I spent writing or reading getters and setters. Okay, but jokes aside, I have felt genuinely that these were advantages of the Java version, and they were legitimately things that I missed, even though I didn't miss all the ceremony, when going from Java to, for example, dynamically typed languages that did not do this. But this is not innate either. So here I have some code from the Rock programming language. This is not a talk that's going to go too deep into Rock. It's a language that I'm working on. It's a work in progress. You can read more about it at rocklang.org.
I was going to say, I think
but here
that's
I
the
have the
language
same
he
code
built.
implemented in Rock over here.
When I Googled him, it came
and
up.
one of the things that's interesting about this is that we can see right here, this is the line of code that decodes the JavaScript. So decode.from bytes, raw JSON, and then passing the format, which is json.from UTF-8. Doing the same kinds of business logic right here. It's using pattern matching instead of if else. But the relevant part here is that you'll notice that I have 0 type annotations on any of this code. Like I've not specified a type. There's no pojos, there's no schemas, there's no anything. It's just saying
Getters and setters are my love language. Oh no. Also, Kevin, thank you for the prime. Wellesley, thank you for the prime. And Caitlin, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Bad mozzarella. I hope you enjoy the emotes. I love how YouTube chat's just like arguing about whether you need a database for to host a blog, or if you should make it statically typed. Or sorry, not statically typed. Static site generated. Database versus static site. Anyway, I thought it was fun. Twitch chat, I wanted to update you on what they're up to as well. Chaos, honestly. YouTube chat mentioned, huge. All right, let's keep listening to what you have to say.
I want to decode this stuff right here. And yet it's doing early JSON validation instead of crashing later. So it's doing the same thing that the Java code did in terms of if this is missing a field like name, right here at this decoding step, it's going to short circuit to this error thing. And we're going to do the JSON decoding failed thing. And it's going to nicely handle that as opposed to crashing later on. And the way that it's able to do this is just using type inference. So this whole thing is done using type inference rather than having to ceremoniously specify your types up front. That's just part of the design of Rock, is that it's able to do things like JSON decoding using type inference rather than having to specify the types of the JSON. It just figures it out based on the fact that you're using something called name. It says, oh, you must be expecting that this JSON will have a field called name on it, which is a string because you're using it as a string. Separately, it also has sort of nice equals and hash code implementations by default. You don't need to write out equals and hash code to actually go through and use all the different fields in your object or your record, as we call them in Rock, because it's a good version. So clearly it's possible for us to have nice things without having to give up the benefits of static typing. So looking back at my view that static typing has a lot of ceremony, I've ended up concluding that this was just the wrong way to look at it. Or if nothing else, it certainly seems to be an obsolete view. Today, I would say more that like, okay, some languages and community norms encourage ceremony, but they don't have to. It doesn't have to be that way. It's possible to have static typing without ceremony and still getting all the same benefits that I was getting from this very ceremonious style that I used to be working with. Okay, so what about my second view that static typing is just not that helpful? Well, I don't feel bad about having this view because I saw error messages like this all the time. My Java code would compile and then it would crash at runtime. It would say, null pointer exception. That was sort of the nice case. When I was doing like C and C++, sometimes I would get much less nice errors.
Wait, Scala mentioned in the chat we got another Scala developer. Let's go.
Like segmentation faults, or if I was really unlucky, I would just get memory corruption.
They just rolled up in their Lambo into chat. And they said, hey, Scala mentioned, hello.
And just garbage would appear on the screen. And in all cases, this was after the type checker said, yep, everything's fine. It looks good.
On your
no
door
here.
saying, hey,
but
you
what I
heard
didn't
of
realize
Scala?
is that this was also not innate. So yes, I was getting a lot
Love
of
it.
null pointer exceptions, but today I'm familiar with multiple statically typed languages that have null aware static type checkers, where in fact the compiler will tell you at compile time, hey, there's a possible null here and you're not checking for it. You're not handling it. This is potentially going to blow up at runtime. You should really add a null check here. Also, there's some languages that just don't even have null at all. And so therefore they don't have null pointer exceptions. They represent the possibility of a value being missing in other ways that the compiler is able to consistently analyze and always tell you when you're potentially missing out on it. So that these error cases just cannot come up and you can't have crashes like this. Good example of this, I work at a company called No Red Ink. And by the way, we're hiring. In terms of like nil or null or undefined errors in production, we have a pretty good comparison point because
Chat, this is from June 2023. I don't know if they're still hiring, but just so you know, Red Ink, you can speak with him, you can work with him. Crazy.
when I joined the company, we used JavaScript and Ruby, and we had, of course, error logging, so we would be able to tell when we got one of these errors in production. Thousands of these errors reached production, just tons and tons and tons of them. All the time we were getting, or our users were getting, nil, null, undefined errors, just crashes from these really common problems. And this is, of course, after thousands and thousands of tests passed. Like we wrote lots of tests, we tried to check for all these things, but we didn't catch all of them, and so some of them would make it through to our users. In fact, a lot of them would. Nowadays, we use Elm and Haskell. Not completely. It's not like we have zero JavaScript or Ruby. We still have a good chunk of legacy code there, but we have like 500,000 lines of Elm code and not as much Haskell, but sort of an increasing amount of it. And all of these things do not have any nil, null, or undefined errors in production. All of them, 100%, have been caught at build time and just never reached production. Like, yes, we have had other issues, other bugs and stuff like that, but this particular category of errors has just not happened. And in fact, it's not just nil, null, or undefined errors. It's just runtime type mismatches in general, because both Elm and Haskell have what's called sound type systems, which means that basically they don't even have a concept of a runtime type mismatch. That's not a thing because all of the types are always guaranteed to be fully checked at build time. And if there's a problem, it'll tell you about it at compile time and it will never reach runtime. And so
That's so good. That's so sick. Are you going to tell me that's not cool? Are you going to tell me that that is not cool enough to justify breaking your brain trying to learn Haskell for 2 years? Sounds like a scam. Oh no. Sounds lame to me. Oh, okay. I'll shut up. We'll let him continue. 500,000 lines of Elm is wild.
So this is just like a nice benefit to our users and also to us because we don't have to spend time tracking these things down and debugging them after the fact. We get to solve them, as early as possible. This has been really nice for us. Another thing that sort of resonated with me is this tweet regarding sort of the, how useful and helpful static types are. In C++, we don't say missing asterisk. We say error 6 voids. It's just a bunch of gibberish, right?
Bro, that's like, this is so true. This is so true. This is so true in C++. Dude, I will never stop going off on Lua for how bad their error messages are. It'll be like, hey, error on line 364. It's like a 200 line file. Like there is no line 364. Like I don't know what it's talking about. You know what I mean? That is Lua. It's the only language, like at least with this, it kind of gives you a little something to work with, gives you maybe a line number, gives you a little like something you can copy and paste, and it's old enough language, it'll be in Stack Overflow, but like, oh my, Lua has actually made me cry.
This definitely.
It's such a basic language too. I'm like, what do you mean? Their errors are that bad. Lua hurt me to my core. Denzel says C++ hurt me. Oh no. I mean, yeah, no, fair.
Resonated with me. I've seen plenty of errors like this in statically typed languages where I would just stare at them and be like, I have no idea what this is talking about. I feel like I'm reading a different language. What does this even mean? How do I fix this problem? But again, this is not innate. I had a very, very different experience with the Elm programming language. Here's an example of one of Elm's errors: type mismatch. The first argument to function join is causing a mismatch. It's expecting the first argument to be a string, but it is a number. This is sort of like what I've come to expect from Elm. Is just like a really helpful, nicely broken down error message. Oftentimes it'll have a tip at the bottom about a potential way to solve it. And more programming languages have been sort of following Elm's lead.
Yeah, we saw this earlier looking at the Elm docs. This is insane. This is insanely helpful when you're trying to learn something. Like I very much follow the tactic, the strategy, the genius that is fuck around and find out when I'm learning something new, especially coding, right? So like something like this where it's like you get a useful error, it gives you some suggestions. It's almost like you're getting docs as you're messing with you're tinkering with the code. Like it's so encouraging. It's so gentle and kind. Very cool of them.
Like Rust, wrote a blog post about how they made their error messages nice and how Elm inspired their error messages. I know that like TypeScript has been working on their error messages. A lot of different languages are taking this more seriously, and so this view that like this is innate to static typing is like cryptic error messages is also becoming obsolete. And finally, we have IDEs. So yes, I did think that this was helpful. Like I did appreciate, having this like autocomplete and especially like refactor rename. I love that. And I really did genuinely miss that when I moved from statically typed languages to primarily working in dynamically typed languages. But again, at what cost? Because the thing that I didn't miss about this was how painfully laggy they felt to use. And again, modern IDEs, have multi-core processors to work with.
Chat, you guys think he's going to mention NeoVim or Emacs? 1 in chat if you think he's going to mention NeoVim. 2 in chat if you think he's going to mention Emacs. I'm going to slow it down. What do you think? 1, NeoVim or Emacs? 1 for NeoVim, 2 for Emacs. Just normal Vim? Ooh, that can also fall under 1. All right, we're pretty split. We're pretty split. All right, let's see.
And are better at performance in various different dimensions. But I remember feeling that when I went from an IDE like this to a text editor, it just felt like a breath of fresh air because I wasn't waiting for this sort of lag every time I would type something for the IDE to respond. I just had this very fond memory of going to something like this that did not have autocomplete, did not have refactor rename, but I just liked it so much better because it felt instantaneous and snappy.
What is that? Oh, TextMate? The heck is TextMate? You can ban all the 2s now. It's right. It was actually that was the plan the whole time. TextMate. Yep, TextMate user. Huh? Dude, I would have Nano, Atom. I could see that. Maybe VS Code. Like in any JetBrains IDE, TextMate, Xcode, like anything. What the heck is TextMate? Hold on. I gotta go on a side quest for this. I gotta figure out what the heck, how do you even find out about TextMate? Did this used to be a popular text editor for Mac? Like, in what world? Why? Oh, but kind of smooth. Kind of cute. Powerful and customizable text editor with the support for a huge list of programming languages and developed open source. Oh, okay. Points. It's open source. It's open source. Okay. But like TextMate versus what? A graphical text editor. Okay, let's see. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say about this. Hold on. Let's zoom it in. Let's learn a little bit. What is TextMate? We're getting nerd sniped here. Okay, TextMate is a free and open source general purpose GUI text editor for macOS designed by Alan Odgaard. TextMate features declarative customizations, tab for open documents, recordable macros, folding sections, snippets, shell integration, and an extensible bundle system. I want to know how this compares to like Atom. I feel like so many people used Atom. Like if you were on Mac or Xcode. I guess Xcode is like relatively new though. And isn't it? TextMate does have a few limitations when compared to other editors in its class. Oh, Emacs mentioned, by the way. Because TextMate is not tightly coupled to a scripting language, as Emacs is to Emacs Lisp, it's impossible for users to have complete control over the program's configuration and behavior. Alan explained his thoughts on this subject in an email to the TextMate mailing list. That is so good. Advocating for platform recommended solutions. There's no built-in HTML validator because TextMate uses the W3C validator for HTML validation. Users need to have an active network connection to validate HTML using the standard functionality. That is kind of crazy. Lack of code completion feature? Despite its substantial support for macros, commands, and snippets, TextMate has no built-in support for code hinting or guided code completion. So text editors that support these features may prove to be a better choice. Whoa. May prove to be a better choice when learning the syntax of a new language or coding in verbose languages. Wait, there's no code completion at all? It won the Apple Design Award for Best Developer Tool in 2006. Okay, so it was like recognized like mid 2000s. That baby was out there. I want to see it ranked here. Okay, we're totally on a side quest right now. Okay, but what's the ranking? This is just sorted by name. Basic comparisons, like just release date. This isn't giving me what I want. I want to see popularity, man. I want to see it on a timeline. Like that'd be a little line graph and see like where different things overtook. That's what I want to see. Okay, wait. There might be something here. I gotta zoom this out. There's nothing. Documents. Google trends it up. Reworking. We should do that on stream. Is it even still active or I have no idea. I want the tier list here. Oh, wait, is this features? Okay. Dude, I just want popularity. Oh wait, it's all on the side here. I didn't even realize there was a content thing here. Key bindings, programming features, basic features. Oh, it doesn't have the popularity. This is the drama I'm okay to get involved in. Okay, well, I guess this one. Okay, wait. Okay, let's compare. Okay, Nano. Dude, Nano is taking such an L on this thing. Like, what even is this? Just text shell integration. Oh, these are just extra features. I want like the basic features. Syntax highlighting, function list. Where's Atom? Atom got it all. They got it all. Let's go with Emacs, everything. Emacs, everything. I've already forgotten what it was even called. Where is it? TextMate. TextMate. Oh, they're only missing this one. Compiler integration. Wait. What? So you have to like you have to compile it in your terminal? Use a little compiler, have a little compiler command in there? It's not in your editor? Fair enough. I can respect that. Vi supporting like nothing. Okay, Vim. Ooh, Emacs. What's Emacs? VS Code got everything. Dang. Okay. Interesting. Dude, I wonder, like, is it still around? Like, I don't even know. Hold on. I'm gonna look up the website again. TextMate. You learn something new every day. That's crazy. I thought Adam, like, when did... That's crazy. Wait, I should look at when they were released. That's what I want to see as well. Okay, wait, we go back. Document interface, basic features. I want to see, like, release dates. Overview? Oh, there you go. Release is... Okay, wait. You can see it again. Date. I want to see the oldest. 2004. Okay. Yeah, see, oh, wait, what? Wait, how is this organizing by date? Oh, it's not. Okay, there we go. I want it the other way. This way. Okay, these ones, they don't know. Let's just go down. Okay, 2004 was Alpha TK. Envi. What about... Okay. Where was Adam? I thought wasn't Adam somewhere new? Okay, anyway. 2004 was Alpha TK. NVI was 2007. Xmax 2009. Does it not even know in... What? Oh, initial... Okay, wait. Sorry, I clicked the wrong field there. Initial release is what I want. Ed is 1970. Vine 1976. I'll zoom it in. Okay, sorry, it's scuffed. It's fine. All right, let's figure out which of these text editors, like why did he choose TextMate? Was it just that, like, I would have thought the default would be like Atom at that time, or like, because maybe Vim was like not as popular. Like a lot of people use Emacs. I don't know. Okay. So Ed was in 1970. Vi was in 1976. Sam by Rob Pike. Nice. Classic. Based. I should try Sam for Rob. I'd do it. I would try Sam for him. Okay, Vedit, Ted Green, Greenview Data, 1980. Jove was 1983. K-Edit, 1983. 1984, Epsilon. Okay. GNU Emacs, 1984. Notepad, classic. 1985. Semware editor, MG. I don't know what MG is. I don't know what... Oh, DOS editor. Nice. Nedit, Vim, X Emacs, 1991, 1992. TextPad. That's not quite it. Helios. Did we mention Helios earlier? I think I heard about them earlier. Acme. Wait, also by Rob Pike. Wait, he's written so many editors. So many meaning at least two. Oh my god, wait. I met Miguel. I interviewed him before. That's so funny. I didn't know that he made an editor. Wait, did he tell me he made an editor? I don't know. I've got a bad memory. Anyway, super cool. Miguel, I'll give a shout out to his, he built an iOS application. It was just like for funsies to learn Swift. He built La Terminal, and it's like it's a terminal for your iOS devices. So you can access any of your like terminal-based applications and all that stuff. Yeah. Classic. I should link the, hold on. I'll link the interview for you. Let me find it. Okay, I just shared the link to the interview that I did with Miguel. Dude, that's so fun. He was really nice. He was really wholesome in the interview. He was a very nice person. Okay, Envi, Ultra Edit, Leo, M Editor. Dude, where even? Okay, we got to get into the 2000s. We're in the wrong decade. Notepad++ was an option. He chose tech. He still chose. Okay, TextMate was out in 2004. Where's Adam? Oh, Adam was in 2014. I think I might have been thinking of Sublime Text. Because isn't Sublime is Adam was 2014? God, I feel like such a zoomer right now. Thinking that it was like so much older than it was. Okay. I hear him out on the TextMate. Okay, back to the video. We've been nerd sniped. We're back. Okay, you ready? Be honest. This list is missing Zed. Written by the same devs who created Adam. Oh, yeah. Zed, I think Thorsten's working there now, which is cool. Adam was deprecated in like 2020. Interesting. Okay. Well, anyway, that was a fun little side quest. Let's go back into why static typing came back.
That to me was just such an improvement in terms of my quality of life that it was worth giving up those IDE features. Okay, so yes, my view was that static typing is not all that helpful, but I mean, over time, I have to say, I don't think that this is accurate anymore. Yes, like some type checkers can be helpful and friendly, and yeah, IDEs, modern IDEs can be both helpful and snappy. Neither one is a given, but like when I think about modern IDEs, I don't have that same laggy feeling that I did about the older generation of IDEs.
If you have too many plugins, it can be, but this is why, personally, this is why I love things in the terminal, because it is so friggin' snappy. It's so quick compared to GUIs.
Older generations of hardware,
like desktop applications, especially when they're like Electron applications, they take a little bit longer. Not to each their own. I'm just giving you my personal biases. Okay.
Where these days when I use an IDE, it feels okay, maybe not quite as snappy as a text editor, but it doesn't feel so painfully laggy that I'm unwilling to use it. And I think that's true of most people now. Most people when they use an IDE don't say, "Oh, this feels terribly laggy." He is talking
specifically about IDEs. Okay, fair.
Fine.
I hear you. Heard.
And finally, I had this view that static typing has slow feedback loops. So let's see how that one's held up. So Ruby has a REPL, a read eval print loop. So you can just type some stuff in there and it'll evaluate it right away. And this is about the fastest feedback loop you can possibly get in a programming language in terms of like runtime evaluation of your code. Again, contrast this to something like C++, Java, et cetera, these languages that I was used to using. You just could not get this fast of a feedback loop. There was no C++ REPL, there was no Java REPL, at least back in the time when I was using them professionally. But again, this is not innate. So here's the Haskell REPL, same thing as the Ruby REPL. You can just put stuff in there and start running it. And I'm not saying they're like sort of feature identical, but the basic read, eval, print loop is definitely there. And this is a language with 100% static typing, no dynamic types. It's not gradually typed. It's just a programming language that has a REPL. This is a thing that languages can have nowadays. And when it comes to sort of like compiler performance improvements in terms of like, how long are you sitting around with XKCD style waiting for it? Now we have multi-core compilation. So compilers are just able to run fast because they're able to use the hardware better. We also have incremental recompiles, which is another way for compilers, especially on larger code bases, to run a lot faster. And we have considering build speed and language design being sort of a stronger value than it used to be. Andrew Kelly, who also gave a talk at this conference, gave a talk, I'm going to say it was a little over a year ago at Handmade Seattle about how sort of compilers can do a lot better in terms of performance by using some lessons from game development of all things. So all of these things put together mean that people are spending a lot less time, sort of sword fighting, waiting for compiles to happen compared to what they used to be. A really good example of this is this benchmark. So here we see 3 different benchmarks.
Did he actually mention Zig though? Or are you gaslighting me? I missed that.
So one is a C++ builder running in single core mode. Another is C++, the same one, running in parallel mode. Look how much less time it's spending when you have the ability to actually make use of all your cores. And then we have Delphi rather than C++, down here being about an order of magnitude smaller than even the C++ builder in parallel. So this is based on a YouTube video compiling 1 million lines of code with Delphi. You can check it out at this link. And when I say compiling 1 million lines of code, the first thing they do in the video is they clear their cache. This is not a incremental build. There's nothing cached here. It just from scratch builds 1 million lines of Delphi code in 5 seconds. So that's very impressive. Like start to finish, being able to compile 1 million lines of code in 5 seconds, fully statically typed, again, this is not really something that was sort of like on my radar back then. I remember waiting 5 seconds for like a small project. Nothing like this was possible back when I was sort of forming my opinions about statically typed languages. So, if you think about this, like there's no way to have time for a sword fight, under these conditions. Another experience that I had that sort of reformed my opinions around static typing and and feedback loops happened around 2017 when I was attending a lot of JavaScript conferences because I was giving talks about Elm. And since I was an Elm programmer, I had no interest in TypeScript, but I knew that it was sort of something that was becoming popular, and there was a lot of sort of controversy and buzz around it, where like a lot of people liked it, a lot of people weren't interested in it. So what I would do is I would just go up to people at the conference and I would just say, hey, what do you think of TypeScript? Not trying to bias them one way or the other, not saying hey, do you love TypeScript? Do you hate it? Just saying like, what do you think of it? And then some people would say, oh, I really like it, or I haven't tried it yet, or I tried it and I didn't like it. But of the people who liked it, I asked them, okay, so what do you like about it? And their answer really surprised me because I was kind of expecting them to say something around like, I don't know, correctness. I like that it makes my programs run more reliably, or they're easier to refactor, or I just appreciate having the confidence of static types or something like that. All these things that we typically hear when people are talking about static typing. That wasn't it. I mean, yes, some people did say that, but overwhelmingly, the thing that people told me they liked about TypeScript was the red squiggle. They liked opening up their IDE, which in this case is pretty much always Visual Studio Code, and then just seeing this feedback in their editor, as opposed to having to run their program and see the program crash at runtime and then go back to their code and follow the stack trace and figure out where it happened. This right here is a fast feedback loop. Seeing this error right there as you're writing your code without having to go through all the steps to get it to reproduce at runtime and then tracing all those steps back to figure out where in the code it actually happened. This is just a faster feedback loop than what was available.
It is a faster feedback loop,
where you didn't have static analysis of your types and you didn't have this feedback loop.
My people.
Right there in your editor.
Mentioned.
Now, granted, there is still a sort of downside that comes with this in a lot of languages, which is when these compile errors become blocking. Like I definitely have some memories of having, in Java especially, a screen full of red squiggles. And yeah, okay, they're helpful, in terms of giving me a fast, feedback about like what's wrong with my program. But a lot of cases, they would block my workflow. Like I would say, okay, yes, I know about all these type errors, but I've fixed enough of them that I feel like my program should be able to run. If this were a dynamically typed language, I could run my program and try it out and see, for example, if the changes I just made look good on the screen, or if the changes I just made actually get the performance characteristics that I was hoping they would, or if the changes that I just made pass my tests. I want to just run my tests. But I couldn't do that because in Java, these were blocking compile errors, and I just couldn't run my tests. I couldn't run my program and try anything out until I had resolved all of them.
Go does that too.
This also is not something that has to happen in modern languages. Like in TypeScript, for example, because it's a gradually typed language, I can either I can see these things at compile time, but I can still tell TypeScript, hey, I want you to just generate the JavaScript code anyway and let me run it so I can try things out. I can run my tests, etc.
I know it's wrong, but I feel like it should run. So
when these go from sort of blocking compile errors to non-blocking error reports that are just informative, wow, this just becomes sort of all upside. Now I just sort of, I really can get to some extent the best of both worlds, where I get the fastest feedback loop possible, where it tells me about the problems as early as possible, so I don't have to run my program to find them, and yet I can still run my program, run my tests if I want to. So once again,
I like that my code forces me to be better, be a better person. I know it's wrong, but I feel like it should run. I know it's wrong, and I understand why it won't let me run.
My view of static typing has slow feedback loops has become obsolete.
I get it.
Today, I would say, okay, yes, compile times can now be so fast that they feel instant, and IDEs can offer actually fast.
Like, I hear you, and it's not what I want to hear, but I understand.
Faster feedback loops than what's available with dynamic typing alone. So how have these things changed in the past 10 years? Well, they've completely 180'd. Instead of thinking that, yeah, static types require lots of ceremony, turns out they don't actually require any ceremony at all. They're way more helpful than they used to be, in my opinion, at least with like modern type systems. And in terms of slow feedback loops, now that IDEs are fast and can actually feel snappy and responsive, these are actually faster feedback loops, especially when you have this sort of non-blocking compilation model. Okay, so what changed? All sorts of stuff. All of the downsides of static typing seem to have sort of faded away, maybe not completely, but so much so that they're just not nearly what they used to be, and the benefits have gotten even better. So what does this mean for the future? Well, I'm going to lay out sort of three plausible futures, three hypothetical futures that I hear people talk about a lot when they're talking about like sort of the future of static and dynamic typing. So one is the pendulum will swing back to dynamic. This is just a fad, it's a phase, sort of the most popular.
Okay, so the three hypothetical futures: the pendulum swings back to dynamic. Most languages embrace gradual typing. Static without gradual gets more popular. I think it'll be number 3. Personally, I I don't know. I don't get the appeal maybe of the gradual typing. I guess sometimes it can, like, I don't get why your code should run if your types are messed up. So I vote number 3. Let's see. Pendulum swings back. Dynamic typing requires some runtime overhead, runs faster, IDE features, surface areas, fast feedback, concise and
do more work. You have to store more information in memory, the type information. This is mandatory. It's not avoidable. There's no way to get a dynamically typed language to be as fast as the fastest possible statically typed language because there's just strictly more overhead if you want to have dynamic typing in mix. Also, some IDE features just require build time type information. Some IDE features don't. There's plenty of helpful IDE features that don't require any.
Most languages
So if I take away the languages that are adding gradual types to already popular dynamically typed
except
languages,
TypeScript.
so this is like retroactively adding static typing to existing languages. This would be TypeScript for JavaScript, MyPy for Python, Hack for PHP, and Sorbet for Ruby. We're down to just ActionScript and Dart as the only languages that from the get-go.
Oh, I guess I could see that. So I guess gradual typing is like he's saying is a dynamically typed language that they add the option for statically type, like to add explicit types. Sounds like. I don't know. Type system complexity. Okay, static without gradual gets more popular. The type system complexity, which is all of that, TypeScript, Python.
Big rock. Again, these statically typed languages that don't need to have the runtime overhead of dynamic types are just capable of running a lot faster because they don't have to have that overhead.
Go mention twice. Let's go.
So really, I mean, is gradual typing strictly the best of both worlds? No, it's not. It has very serious, unavoidable downsides that just...
Okay, Tangent saying gradual means that you can add static types where you want to enforce a type, but otherwise the compiler can infer types. I guess that's okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I keep saying I don't know. I like reading the types in the function signature.
Come with the territory of deciding that you want gradual types. So, knowing this in mind, is it really that surprising that gradually typed languages have not actually seen that much success outside the very specific niche of retroactively adding static types to dynamic languages? I don't think so. And I think, Rock, the reason that we've designed it the way that it is it'll say, hey, I'll tell you about these type errors at compile time.
Okay, wait, static without gradual gets more popular. A simple type system, no dynamic overhead, no mandatory type declarations, type error reports. Okay, fair enough. I feel like I'm enjoying his talks. This one was really compelling. I actually found this one really easy to follow, and it's an interesting topic, I guess. I feel like he did a really good job of touching on making the comparisons of how it's evolved was really cool for me to see. Seeing how it's evolved and why we're back into static typing. And why at one point dynamic typing was more popular. I don't know. It was a cool story to follow, actually. Personally. I think it was fun. I don't know why I keep saying I don't know. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think that was really fun. How'd you guys like the videos we watched today and combined with a little bit of learning? I think it was fun. I do still want to do some content where I am coding. So I just have to see what I can manage in my schedule. Because basically, part of the reason why I'm not doing as many live coding streams is because it's very time consuming. And the outcome of that same amount of time is not the most efficient, right? So if I spend 4 hours live coding on stream, I don't get the same output as if I'm doing 4 hours of coding off stream, just because there's so much switching back and forth between chat and the code. It really throws you out of the context a lot. So it can just take a lot longer. And I'm finding it might actually be more valuable long-term for me to learn about these things, film myself building the project. Sometimes that means that I am still coding on stream, or maybe it just means that I'm filming myself building the thing off stream and then have that as a video, So I'm going to play around with like the different formats and just see what works. But I do still love coding and like sharing the adventures that I get into, all these little rabbit holes, and just like being curious about things and indulging those curiosities is very fun. So yeah, how does TJ do it? What does he do? What do you mean? How does he do like the live coding? He's full-time right now. He's doing full-time content creation. Yeah. So he's doing full-time content creation. I still have my job. Thing is I could do live coding, but I want to post more to YouTube, and I have like so I have to like balance my time very carefully, because I want to post more to YouTube. I still want to stream, but I also have to, I think, use my time spent on stream a little bit more efficiently than if I'm just live coding. So something that was interesting or uniquely challenging. That's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that. That's a really good idea, because I like doing that for videos. It's a lot easier to record like me reviewing my my solution, or like maybe in addition to the process. But it's always fun to have chat like chime in on the code and see maybe there's something I missed, maybe there's ways I can improve, maybe they just have some funny comments. I love it. I love having chat involved. So that's a really good idea. I'll try and do that. Thanks, Lina Turk. I appreciate that. All right, you guys, I think that's today's stream. I'll see you definitely next Friday. This is going to be a regular occurrence. I've got it in the Discord if you aren't in the Discord already. I will post the links in... Oh, what have I done? I open up... Okay. I will post the link to the Discord in both YouTube and Twitch chats. Because I'm probably going to turn this... I'm going to be turning a lot of the content from today's stream into YouTube videos. I'm going to be making the stream VODs subscriber only, I think. So, yeah, in case you are upset about that, you can express yourself in the Discord. Let me know. Yeah. Okay, who do you want to raid? Let me see. Do you guys have anyone in mind that you want to raid? Oh, it's so cool too. I just saw Code Miko is live in the software and game development channel. And Sushi Dragon. That's sick. I didn't know that like some of the bigger YouTubers we've been seen. We've been acknowledged. Our category exists now outside of our own little world. That's crazy. All right, who's working on something fun? Who's working on something fun? Oh, this is honestly the hardest part of my stream. I have such a hard time picking who I'm gonna... Oh, someone's working on Go. And they got Unix and assembly as tags. Is Pirate Software live? He is, but he's playing... What's Pal? Oh, he's playing Pal World. He's playing a game. Okay, wait, I'm gonna raid a smaller creator. All right. Let's say they look like fun. Zorchenheimer. Okay, raid. I've never seen their stream before, so hopefully they're a good person. That's the goal. Okay? That's the goal. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. It's very cool to see you guys again. I'm excited that I have some kind of schedule. If I can be live more than that, I will. But I'm just glad that I have at least like a bare minimum of like once a week for 4 hours at the very least. So super stoked about that. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and just chilling and being cool. Very cool. Very cool of you. So yeah, let me serve as your reminder to... instead of doom scrolling Twitter or whatever other app is your kryptonite, you can read design patterns with me. Or what's the other book I was reading? Privacy and Freedom is still good. I haven't finished it. I was getting to I was getting too existential reading it because I was like, oh my God, they knew about this stuff decades ago. And you look at the state of companies now and no one respects your privacy. You are a product and there's no end in sight to it. It's just getting worse and worse and there's nobody advocating for it. So anyway, if you want to start being existential like me, you can also read Privacy and Freedom. Anyway, I will see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Did it work? I gotta check if the raid worked. Did it work? I think it worked. Okay, it worked. Sick. Twitch chat's gone. Just me and you, YouTube. How you doing? What are your thoughts on Emacs? I tried Doom Emacs for a while. Org mode is sick. Hold on. I gotta rearrange my windows here so I can focus on you. Doom Emacs is sick. It was so easy to get set up. The keybinds were awesome. I actually redid my NeoVim config to use the same keybinds as my Doom Emacs, like the Doom Emacs out of the box experience. So there's that. And yeah, overall I really liked it. I think what made me stop using it? Oh, it's because I was debugging. It's because I had to do a fair amount of like debugging, and I don't know how to get the debugger set up in Doom Emacs. So I just went back to using NeoVim for debugging, or even VS Code to use the graphical debugger if I was doing pairing, or just if I felt like I wanted a graphical debugger. But usually I'll just use the debugger in NeoVim. I was using the debugger a lot for one of my projects, and then I've just been using NeoVim recently as well because I haven't been doing a ton of work that's like dedicated on one single project. I feel like Emacs is awesome when you have one project that you like, keep coming back to. But yeah, I've just been like having to open up a bunch of different projects and files and whatever. I don't know how to, I don't know if that's remotely helpful. The author of Privacy and Freedom is Alan Weston. I'll type it in the chat. Yeah, that one's a tough, it's really informative. It's just so sad to me that like they knew all of the potential backlash that we could get, or like the side effects of violating people's privacy at scale. And there was no preventative, like not enough preventative legislation to like really protect people's rights on that front. And now it feels like we have no rights with our data, with our privacy. So that makes me sad, but I'll finish it eventually. For now, I'm mostly focused on design patterns and finishing that one up. Well, yeah, because I do want to try reading it like front to back. That'd be cool. Yeah. It's my first time on your screen. What OS do you run? And do you have dot files? I do have dot files. I think it is, I need to write a bot. Something like that. It's that's my GitHub username, then dot files, I think. And I think they work. I think they're in a working state. I'm using Pop! OS though, because I have an NVIDIA graphics card, and Pop! OS has an option specifically for working with, for like maximizing compatibility with NVIDIA graphics cards. So I really like Pop! OS for that. It's just like very plug and play. I was using Ubuntu for a long time. It's nice having your system just work. I tried Manjaro as an exercise for fun, and I decided I didn't feel like learning how to use a new package manager. And then I still like to use Manjaro for virtual machines. If I'm ever working on like a Windows machine or something like that, I'll just use I'll do a Manjaro VM. You are still streaming there, and I got a wait, what? Am I still on Twitch? Oh, that's interesting. I don't think she knows her stream's messed up. Wait, so that's so weird. So it didn't raid? I saw it raid. Maybe Maybe Restream like refreshed or something. Like it refreshed the sources and like brought me live again. No, because it's still showing that I'm streaming. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. RWX Rob, thank you very much for the raid. I'm so sorry. What the heck? Okay, we'll raid Acorn then. We'll raid Acorn and I'll stop talking. You guys are getting the behind the scenes with the YouTube chat. It's a sign we need to keep going. I would, but I have something I actually have to do in like 30 seconds. That's so weird. Double raid. I'm just so generous. I give them you get some viewers and you get some viewers and you get some viewers. Everybody gets viewers. All right. I think hopefully that'll work. But yeah, it was raids. Wait, raids don't end stream anymore. You were never gone on Twitch. That's interesting. Okay, well, good to know. All right. Well, I'll see you guys next Friday. Thanks for hanging out for like an extra, I don't even know how many minutes. But okay, I'm gonna raid and then actually end stream. Bye guys. Okay, end stream. Bye.